What is up, folks? How are we all doing here? It is good to be back with another stream. Tonight we're going to be going solo. So I'm feeling a little bit under the weather here. There's kind of like a bit of a bug going through my house. Charlie's going to be taking the evening to rest and recover. And I'm going to be finishing up the stream solo. So I expect she'll probably be back by Monday. And hopefully I am not feeling worse by Monday, so we'll be good to go. In any event, since the last stream, we haven't had any crazy updates. We mostly didn't play, but I got a little tiny bit done. I'm in the catacombs, as always, and this time I came just to get these 2 alligator tooth earrings, since it was something I could do solo, kind of while I was like doing other things on the computer. I got a limestone ring, which is pretty rare here because the pH cycle for this is on like a 3-hour timer, and that's about it. This is just from like some NPC in Kanos that I killed, and it's not really usable for me, but I took the head as like a souvenir. I am now out of drink, so I need to go get that. But we have a problem. Vin Moltor is up from the Vapala quest line, and he's scowling to me, and he's like deep red. So I think he hits for like 50 or 40 or something. So the normal exit is off limits to us. So we'll have to look at a creative solution to get out of here. But hey, it is good to see everyone back. Variety Void, Hasty Cakes, Foob, Wrecked, as always, good to see you, Wrecked. Slazik in the house. Demris, good to see you, Demris. Zezaresh, thanks, man. I hope I feel better too. Alcahas, good to see you, man. It was nice chatting with you earlier today. I'm excited to see that you're going to be rolling up on TAKP with us. It should be a great time. But yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and just jump in here. So we're at the rat spawn here. Just over this way, around that corner is where we would see Vin Moltor. He would definitely kill me, and the odds of seeing him are like 50-50. So I think it's a little bit too risky to go for him, to go out that standard way. So we'll go a different way. By the way, let me know if anything's off with the audio, if the music's too loud, or if my voice is too quiet or anything. I do owe Taiku lore on Halas if he is here today. Later today, someone just remind me. I prepared it. Yeah, Maze, I was talking to Secrets today. What's up, Beef Stew? Elros, good to see you. I'm interested in why he's a long respawn. This isn't the first server I've seen where he's like a really stupidly long respawn. Maze, I was just telling Secrets today, when the server launches, provided it is launching outside of September, because I'm really busy with work during the month of September, I'm planning to take 2 days and try to race to be the first hardcore solo self-found level 50. So that's my current strat. I'm gonna probably go with a cleric, I think. I don't want to do something like Necro or Mage or Enchanter or Druid would all probably be faster, but if you get to 50 on a Permadeath like Necro or Druid, you kind of just like scoff at that, right? Like why bother? So I think cleric is like the fastest class I can get that isn't also a bit too easy if you play smartly. Yeah, I know there's like a ton of mobs to remove. Not mobs, but there's probably a lot of loot tables that you need to clean up. So we'll go in here and see if we can kill these sewer sentinels. Yeah, there's a lot of loot tables to clean up if you're going for that classic launch, which I know you guys are. So that means like basically every newbie zone mob and all the starter dungeons have to have the loot checked out and fixed, because they just, Luckland just dumped a huge pile of crap loot on all this stuff to facilitate those newbie quests and to make platinum a little bit easier to get. That's awesome. Trilogy database will be good. So you guys have to go probably to Butcher Block and take out the green goblin leftover high plat items. Plague rat tails off level 1 rats. Revert decaying skeletons to level 1, unless that was already fixed on TAKP. Remove all that garbage loot from like the king snake loot from level 1 snakes. The garbage loot from like Black Burrow especially. That's good. Hope, good to see you, man. Thanks for the Prime sub. Sewer Sentinel's kind of strong, dude. The other thing that you should look at, Maze, I don't know if your trilogy database changed the health of mobs or anything like that, but some of the guards, like guards that you might farm on like P99 or back in the day, have a ton of health here, which seems totally unnatural. Like I just saw this level, I don't know, probably like level 8 or even 7 guard outside of Kanos. I think it was like guard Lieben or something. And I decided to like grab him and kill him, just, you know, for the fun of it, for the RP, right? I'm a troll. And I was fighting him for like 10 minutes. He did like no damage to me, but he had a tremendous amount of health. Yeah, Maze, Nuker's asking if it's open source. I think if you talk to Maze and Secrets, they might be able to, they might be willing to let people help, especially I think that database cleanup kind of stuff would be easy. Feeling a little sketchy about this fight here. I bash for more than I hit with because I'm using a cracked staff. There we go. He's running. I also noticed that mobs in TAKP so far will not go off a ledge when they're running. Like this guy will just path around this room endlessly, but on live, if you fought him and he ran, he would jump right off here and start swimming, and it would become a real big problem. Here, not so much. It's all open source. Oh yeah, that's right. The whole TAKP database is open source Nuker, so you could you know, mess with the original fork, I think, and it would carry over potentially. Grump, I am playing Everquest on the Alcabor server. If you do !server in the chat, it'll give you a little info about it. But this is a Permadeath character. It is self-found, but it's guild self-found. Right now I happen to be soloing. I'll probably go to Kearns here in a minute, and I will group with whoever is on. Looks like Flouts, maybe Wrecked, and I think Zrel might be on later. Big Slazik died during the break, so rip to his enchanter. I think he's probably low level now. That's interesting, Chinchilla, because I don't remember them doing that. It's a fun server, it's good. Oh, you're leveling up quick, Slazik. That's great. Yeah, Chinchilla, is that weird to you? You know, I know you've done Crush Button a ton of times. I don't remember orcs jumping in the water, but I do remember everything in the catacombs jumping in the water, because I would always be like, oh my gosh, I have to kill that before it gets to the ledge. Otherwise, I'm never going to catch it with my pitiful swimming skill. This is not Quorum, this is TAKP. Quorum is still in its beta state. And I will be playing on it when it goes live. I'll probably be testing on it sometime in the future, but not tonight. Transfer loot on the server? I think you would just have to trade. No, you can box. Yeah, boxing is totally fine in the guild rules. I need to sit down and like just let myself regen. Oh, you know what? I think being thirsty here messes up your health regen rate too. So I might only have my troll bonus. All right, here's our method to get out of here. Miracle's Highway. I'm pretty sure the skeletons on the other side of this aren't KOS to me. There we go. Yeah, they're not, so that's great. That guy, though, pretty scary. Can we get a sense heading? All right, we have a long sword, which means we do not need sense heading. We'll walk a little bit away from that KOS mob. Drop this on the ground, so that means north is that way. If you drop a weapon on the ground in Everquest, the point of the weapon always points north. Yeah, Cypher, this UI is part of TAKP. It's in there by default. No, there's a 3-box limit on TAKP. Project Quorum is going to be 1 box or 0 boxes. You know, just all natty. I need to cross the river. That's what I need to do. I need to swim across the river here. This thing is right on the river's edge, and I want to go south. It's not even true box. Project Quorum is going to be no box. Cannot box at all. Like P99 style if you're caught boxing. Off with your head. What gear am I rocking? Beef. It's nothing too fancy. This is like cloth or burlap, which is functionally cloth. The rest of this is banded, except for this is a ringmail coif. These are two of the Kanos Catacombs 5 HP ears. This is a 5 HP ring. I'm missing one banded bracer, so I have cloth. I have a cracked staff and a good old kite shield. And we are level 11. I finished the last stream at level 10 and change. And yeah, while I was farming around, I just wrapped that up. I went and I tried doing Lake Wrath Bandits. And I got the bandit camp that was right by the zone line to Wrath Mountains, which, by the way, just getting there on a troll is scary because like everything in Wrath Mountains hates me. All the gypsies want to kill me. Then there's like Redcon bears at level 10 and 11, and there's like giants and basilisks passing through that want to kill you. Just a real death trap over there. But I made it through, and I was like, cool, I'll crush this bandit camp. And the bandits were actually like blue, even, and yellow to me, and there was no way for me to pull them solo. So I found a spot on the edge of that bandit camp on like the far left side where I could pull just two. And basically like I would pull two, break it by blasting one with harm touch and beating him up before I had to zone out, and it would break the spawn. Then I'd come back and get that one remaining guy. Thanks for the follow, Bonkers. And when I would do that, I'd be good for a while, but every now and then it would spawn with a yellow con wizard or a yellow con druid, whatever the half elf was, and I could not kill them without having like a harm touch on deck. And even then it's real sketch because their nukes hit for a ton, they spam spells, and they can always root me, which makes me real nervous. Yeah, I prefer to just play one character. Oh shoot, Flouts. Look at my boy Flouts here helping me with the journey. There we go, getting that tick. What is that? A Fading Spectre. What is this? I've never seen this before. I'm tempted to attack it, but like, seems like a dumb idea. How many more deaths before we get a beast? You know, I rolled a Beast Lord Tarbers at the end of one, and I just wasn't enjoying it, so I went back to the troll. But I could see it happening. So I was just telling people a minute ago here that when Project Quorum starts, sometime in maybe October, I'm going to be doing like a big marathon 48-hour stream where I'm going to do a solo self-found hardcore cleric and race to see if I can be the first level 50 hardcore. I've been theory crafting my route here. I have to sell really quick. Collision is so weird on this server. Like normally I would open this door and I could walk through it. Oh, okay. This time I could. But I swear that usually I can't. I wonder if they fixed it because I complained about it. Our bard has lull now, which is pretty dope. By the way, Flouts, I heard you were helping with Project Quorum. Elraz. Bonkers, this is the Alakabor project. I need to buy water. Sorry again, Elraz. Asmerella, good to see you. Folks, go over and toss Asmarilla a follow if you get a chance. She streams all sorts of content, emulated, TLP, retail. I thought the smithing vendors would sell, like, I think she does. No? Rip. I thought they'd sell some water. The vendor at Small Bank. Overlook, thanks for the follow. I feel like the music's too quiet. I can't hear it. Yeah, no, wife's feeling a little sick. I'm also sick. So she's resting. Water flask or bottle of milk? I think we go with bottle of milk, right? How are we doing on food? 3 rations. And let's top off really quick. Wow, I was very thirsty. All right, sorry about that, Flouts. Milk and muffin, probably, but I already had some rations, and so it was like, I didn't want to have 2 different stacks going, you know? Yeah, I drank 15 milks. May need to rest here for a second. I'll have to target someone to invite him here. The lore of the great city of Halas. Okay, Delita. By the way, good to see you, Delita. You get any other villains suspended lately? There was a chat command to turn it on. It's like new UI on, like a slash command. Do I scroll a lot? No, I just don't even look at the window most of the time, to be honest with you, Asmarilla. Vumper, thanks for the follow. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about the lore. Do you mind if I just... It's hard to talk about the lore of just Halas. It would be honestly easier to just talk about the lore of Kunark. So, back in the day, Kunark, right? The premier race, the preeminent race on the continent was the Shisar. The Shisar existed around the same time as the Relosian Empire, and it's said, in fact, that the two empires actually met at some point and decided to not go to war with one another for whatever reason. The Shisar would stay here on Kunark, and the Relosians would conquer everything else. In either event, both of them would sort of fall victim to the same thing. As we know, the Relosian Empire, which were the ogres, trolls, giants, and orcs, maybe goblins, would go on to invade the Wrath, right? Plane of Earth, and attack the Wrath. And I think pedal dashing her over here will kill me. Oh, he's indifferent. Okay. Kind of want this guy's shield. So anyway, they invade the Wrath. They get cursed. Blah blah blah. Well, the Shisar do the same thing. They begin invading the plains, traveling through the plains, and they are disrespecting their deity, saying that, you know, they start to worship Empress Ra. I need to move away from that bandit. Flouts, look out. And for that reason, they get cursed, right? The god Khazak-Thul, potentially in partnership with Tunair, unleashes the Green Mist, which is a green fog that comes over the land, and it leaves everyone unscathed except for the Shisar, who it destroys completely. So in a panic, trying to find a way to stop this, the Shisar flee the continent, and they take their whole city, their capital city, with them, which was called Chelsith. It was stationed in the over there. If you go to the over there, what is this guy calling? Blue, okay. You'll see that big chasm in the middle of the zone, and down there's the Howling Stones zone line. That's where the mines that existed underneath Chelsith were. They literally took the whole, part of the ground with them, and they were transported by a Shisar wizard named Vizdraw the Cursed. They were transported all the way to Lucklin, and then in Lucklin, they created a space, and they removed all the air from the space. So their pyramid, their city, was surrounded by a pocket of a vacuum, and that would prevent the green mist from ever getting them again. There's no point in me taking that. Anyway, for a long time, the Shisar enslaved the Iksar, which is why they're important. The Iksar, while acting as slaves for the Shisar, learned a lot of magic from them just by observation and being their assistants and things like that. Kind of like how Flouts talked to Pendle, and it made me think that was like an aggro message. So it's kind of the same way that the Sarnak would later learn from the Iksar when they were enslaved, right? They just observe what they're doing, and they pick up that magical knowledge a little bit. So the Iksar have learned necromancy, especially just by observing the Shisar while they were enslaved. Now, they're free suddenly, and they split up into a bunch of tribes. And the tribes have some warring periods. Oh geez, that skeleton spawned on top of us. I'm just gonna hoof it, Flouts. Field of Bone is like a death trap, dude. Right, there's the pyramid. Ooh, okay, so yeah, they split up into the different tribes. And if you ever do the VP key quest, you kind of get the rundown on the tribes, right? The Kailong, the Nathsar, and a few other ones. I can't remember all 5 off the top of my head. But the important thing here is that there is a young Iksar named Veneral Sathir, and he will eventually unite the tribes. How does he do it? Some people say that he was given an item called the Unholy Writ of War from none other than the ungod Zabuxaruk, who is imprisoned in Plane of Time. But be that as it may, one way or another, he unites the tribes and creates a major empire. So they conquer most of Kunark, but there's a rival power on the continent, right? The Ring of Scale. And the Ring of Scale is kind of worried about the Iksar, but they err on the side of not interfering for a long time. Veneral Sathir, for his part, he has a son named Ryle Sathir, and everything's good. He's got a wife named Drusilla Sathir. He creates a city called what is now known as the Howling Stones. I think it was called New Terrassus, in the over there, and he has got like laboratories there and stuff. He has Carnor's Castle, all these big things across the continent. And when it comes time that he's getting older, he fears death, so he makes a pact with Inaruk. And Inaruk gives him the means to become a lich to cheat death. He goes through and starts this ceremony, but in the midst of the ceremony, his son interrupts it, because his son, doesn't want his dad to be in charge forever, right? So he stops the ceremony. Boom. Veneral Sathir's soul is lost somewhere. I think it was in some kind of like locket or something. And Ryle Sathir takes over the Sebelesian Empire at that time. Let me catch up on chat really quick. I know it's a long story, Delita. Yeah, I remember reading that when EverQuest first came out, Ali Zusor from Ocean of Tears, his lore was that he was a Shisar that was left behind. But then, later on, you see the Shisar, and it kind of looks like they retconned that out. So anyway, where were we? Ryle Sathir, he has his reign. Things are good. Eventually, we get down to... man, this one is popping. We get down to Atribi Sathir. He creates a flying race called the Sokokar. He creates the Sarnak. They advanced a lot technologically because of him. And then we get to Gannic. So at this point, the Iksar are in a major war with the Ring of Scale. And I think even like Ryle Sathir might have been killed in like a naval battle with some of the dragons. That's like the story of like part of Vexar and things like that. But yeah, so we're at a major war, and Ganek is in it. Jaladar, the leader of the Ring of Scale, comes to what we now know as the Field of Bone, but which was then called the Field of Scale. It was like a lush green kind of paradise, and he fights Ganek. And there's this big war happening. They fight over the skies of the field, and Jaladar goes to unleash a blast that will destroy everything. Ganek meets him with his own power, and everything that was in the field fighting gets basically destroyed, and there's nothing left. Where is our healing? There's nothing left in there except for bones. That's why it's called the Field of Bone. That's why there's a giant dragon skeleton in the middle of it. That is Jaladar's skeleton. And after that, Ganek, right, is dead. His son is that the ghost that you can see at the bottom of Sebelis, Emperor Chotl. That was his son, but he was really young. He wasn't ready for leadership. So after Jaladar dies, Trakenon comes, and basically they do a few things. They have like a feint that allows them to destroy Kaesora and the area where the court was held and where all the young Iksar were. And then they also... Trakenon goes directly to Sebelis himself, right? And basically destroys the city. And this pretty much precipitates the fall of the Sebelesian Empire, right? Sebelis is destroyed. The Sarnak rise up. All these terrible things happen. The giants take back the forests. And the Iksar fall into like a dark period in their history. Nowadays, they don't have a king at all. Or an emperor. They just have a council, like a council of lords and merchants that run the city, and they are stationed out of Kabalis, the last really remaining city of the Iksar, that they've cobbled back together and control now. Just a shadow of their former glory. And for his part, Venro Sathir came back, but how did he do it, right? Well, the Sarnak were messing around in some old laboratories of the Iksar, and they uncovered this item. And one of the Sarnak who did it wanted to execute this ritual that he thought was associated with that. And when he did it, he allowed Venro Sathir to escape where he had been imprisoned. His spirit came out and took over Ryle Sathir's body. So, that is pretty much the story of Kabalis. I hope that was good enough lore for you, Delita. Rhett, this is TAKP. Project Quorum hype indeed. Daydark, I'm good to see you, dude. Big Daydark in the house. Let's get up against this back wall here, group. For folks who don't know, Daydark last year donated over $1,000 to Extra Life as part of our charity stream. But yeah, if you like this kind of lore and all that stuff, check out Drama Quest on Spotify. I do history of the game, history of the guilds in the game and all that. We do server by server, and I'll be doing lore podcasts on there as well. It's a lot of fun. So !podcast, boom, here, I'll just do it. Can show you a link to that. A lot of chat that I missed while I was on that monologue there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I really buy like SOD lore, Rimrock. What's going on, Daydark? Good to see you, man. Alright, our cleric's low on mana. Cleric's looking good with that scare breastplate right there. Some bandit armor. What is this? Bloodforge hammer? Alright. I did do one interesting thing between the streams. I went into the Kanos aqueducts, swam out the back of South Kanos by the docks, and me and Slazik got Trumpy, Iron Toe, and killed him. He was one of the bounty targets for our Kanos tax collectors. I don't think Vexar is supposed to be Chelsith. I think Vexar is just the city of Iksar, right, as it was on the Lake of Ill-Omen before it was sank by, like, what is his name, like Garudon or some weird dragon that you can resummon if you collect all the bones in the zone. It was added later, you know what I mean? So I don't know about it as much. I take all the lore basically after Omens of War with a big grain of salt. I know, man, the UI is so good. We're probably too low with a 3-man to go downstairs into the basement. Is this 2? Can you lull the yellow one on the right here, Flouts? And I will pull the left one. Honestly, yeah, Rect is like healing, but he'd be better off just nuking these things. My favorite bit of lore? Man, I don't know. There's so much lore that I enjoy. You know, recently I was reading about the lore of Plane of Sky, trying to get a better handle on it. And I saw a post. It was done like sort of incognito, like the guy didn't come out and say he was a variant developer. But I was from a guy who worked at Variant, and he told the story of Siren, the lunatic, when I was researching Sky lore, and it was pretty cool. The real life lore of it. I mean, isn't Chelsith basically Straw Temple? That's why the mines under Straw Temple have strange green metal that can hurt the Emperor, because it's literally where the green mist touched the ore that the slaves were mining in the over there. New Chelsith is a zone in TBS, yeah. I'm interested in Ashes of Creation, but I heard it's not really done, and somehow I never heard about Ashes of Creation until it like launched. And I really hate missing the boat on things. Like, I want to be there on day 1, ground zero, and like push hard and race. So my odds of playing if I miss that window go down a lot. Yeah, TBS is like a blur, man. Just blitz through that thing as fast as I possibly could. So I think my pet is like the level 5 pet. I wonder if he's pretty good here, or if he's just basically doing nothing. It's not out? What is it? Like, what is the status of Ashes of Creation? Is it a beta right now? EQ2 lore. I don't think of EQ2 as like real, you know what I mean? I keep them totally separate in my mind, but I'm not up to date on the EQ2 lore. I think pretty much all I know about it was that Phronovi and Lucan had a feud, that there was the Cataclysm, and that Lady Vox has an egg. Fat Matt, good to see you, dude. Yo, Zrel, you coming out here, dude? We're in Kearns. Come join us. Yeah, you're talking about that race of like healing people or like medical people. So they have like an X in their name. No rush, Zrel. We have space for you when you get here. Yeah, Zulus, yep, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it seemed cool, but I dislike like I said, I dislike a lot of the new lore. It makes them predate like most of the other races, which wasn't cool. Like when EQ Classic comes out, right, and they give you the intro DVD and the guide that has like the lore and the instruction manual, right? That's given to you as like a, it's not like it's being told to you by someone, or like you uncovered a tome that you're reading, right? It's given to you as lore passed down from an omniscient narrator. Splatful, welcome. Thanks for the follow. So for that reason, things that like contradict what was put there, I really don't like. You know what I mean? So if they say like the first race was the dragon and then after that came Brel, anything that says something different, I'm kind of like, this was added by someone else like after the fact who didn't respect the source material. Yeah, Rotset Knife is like an alien, right? This skeleton, this is like a, you know, this is the classic Kunark Skelly. Beef, I would love, dude, I would love to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke challenge, but it would be like, you know, 10 people watching the thing. I might have more fun doing a Nuzlocke challenge than playing EQ, to be honest with you. You know what I really like about Rex right now? After every pull is done, he tells me what his mana is. Honestly, as a person pulling, I appreciate that so much. I never have to ask him what his mana is. We got a potential ad behind you, Flats. Watch out. Okay, he's pathing away. Yeah, instead of just or even worse, the healer who like doesn't tell you they're you just die and you're like, what happened? And they're like, I was out of mana. I'm like, oh, okay. This is the TAKP server. Dadark has like some kind of hack where you press Alt and Enter and it just makes it full screen. I don't know how it would look for you guys. Let me make it not full screen. This is what it actually is. Does that look any different for you all? Yeah, it looks a lot different. Okay, so boom. It just like upscales it a little bit. Tiny window, yeah. Yeah, my camera is like literally bigger. Right now I'm playing on 1440p and streaming at 1440p. You guys should, if you click your little icon, if you're at my level or whatever it is at like the real refresh rate and everything, it should be 1440p at 60. I think I'm able to do this on Twitch because like I have janked my bitrate up to like 8,500, even though it's supposed to be capped at like 7K. And half my screen is a static image, so I think that helps. This is feeling pretty comfortable. We might be able to move up. Yeah, source. That's the word I was thinking of, Slazik. Thank you. Dadark, so right now I'm still on Mischief, leading the Faceless there. We're the top guild, and things are pretty much settling in. There is just a fraction of competition left on the server, so things are getting nice and calm after two and a half years. And then I took a small break from that, like a month. Now I'm back on Mischief anyway, but I took like a month off during one of our 3-month expansions so that I could mess around. And what I ended up doing was coming here to TAKP. The only reason I chose TAKP was because of the stone UI, because it, oh, don't kill my pet, don't kill my pet, was because it has the stone UI. It uses a really old client. This is like a version of the Mac client, the Macintosh client, which is older than like the titanium client that you would use on P99. So it feels like really 1999. You know what I mean? As you could see when I'm playing here. And I was really attracted to getting that experience back. Now, the database itself is not as good as what P99 has yet, because it's a server that is in Planes of Power, right? So if you're looking to do classic content, which is really what I'm here for, it's not as good as P99 at classic. But the client itself is a big part of that feel, and it does make things a little bit harder. Each server has pros and cons, but TAKP has a lot of really great stuff that I'm happy with. And now our friends Maze and Secrets are working on a server called the Corn Project. Ices, thanks for the sub. So the Corn Project is just going to be this, but it's going to be only classic, and then every 6 months they add another expansion up to Planes of Power at the end. And that server is going to be no boxing at all. One character per IP address, or one account per IP address, with IP exemptions for people who like play with their spouses or their kids or whatever, just like P99's rule. This server you could 3-box. A lot of people don't like 3 boxes, so personally I don't care. But I'm excited for a server that actually starts in classic and like has that slow progression. You should, Lucifer, you should play on TAKP. Yep, yeah, I'm familiar with that one, Rim. Yeah, I'm having a good time, Zrel. And it was great because I met a lot of people on the server who I wouldn't have met, you know, otherwise, like yourself. Daydark, you know what you should do? You should check out my podcast, man. Listen to it on your drive to work. Check out this link. Boom. Drama Quest. It's all the nostalgia, but you get it on your ride to work every day. Ices, they're working on it right now. If you log in, like you're logging into TAKP, you know how TAKP has its own custom like server selector? Its own login server, I guess is what you would call it. Project Quorum is on the login server now. You can go test it out. It's in beta. And they're doing some other cool things. Oh my goodness. Ices, thanks for the gifted sub. So, yeah, so they're doing a lot of other cool things. You know, we'll have all the legacy items and stuff in, but they added built-in support for solo self-found, guild self-found, and hardcore. So you can go up to the Priest of Discord, and you can say that you want to be a hardcore character. And then, whenever your character dies, boom, it's automatically deleted. So legitimacy built in to the server. No more like wondering if somebody died off stream or any kind of nonsense like that. And I assume there'll be some kind of leaderboard so you can see, you know, what people are doing with it. Makes it cool. Just having that support on the back end for that rule set. They also have it for SSF. So you turn on SSF, and now you can't trade with other players. But if you turn on Guild Self-Found, then you can only trade with other players who are Guild Self-Found and Permadeath. So it's really well built in to help share that rule set. Well, that's what it's for, Lucifer. When Purple Elf Productions would do their episodes, I would listen to like one episode over the course of like 4 days. So yesterday I recorded, 2 days ago, I recorded the Red 99, Project 99 Red server episode with Nizar. Isis, thanks for another gifted sub. What a champ, dude. I appreciate your support. So I did the Project Red 99 server history with Nizar. He came on. Yesterday, I had the leader of the Eastern Coalition, the last guild on Cornav, and the top guild for the majority of the server's lifetime on. I did an episode with him that was like 90 minutes or 2 hours. That'll come out maybe next week, maybe in like 2 weeks. I'm trying to get ahead on episodes. But tomorrow morning, I'm doing Ralos Sec. I've got a Magus Imperialist Magicus officer coming over to talk about the history of Ralos Sec. And then on Wednesday, I've got Kulos from Realm of Insanity coming on to do sort of a follow-up from the Quarkin episode. So a lot of great episodes coming out. Pretty soon here, I'll be doing an episode with Fates, the leader and founder of SEAL Team for P99 Green. And I'm trying to find a good candidate for P99 Blue. I've already had a few people hit me up that want to do like an addendum or part 2 for P99 Red, because you know there's a lot of contention about the history of that server. So a lot of great stuff coming up. I basically have all the episodes up through the rest of this year are planned. All right, Wrecked and Flouts, let's go up these stairs over here so we can start pulling more upstairs. Yeah, Overloaded, I feel you right there. I like the P99 style of it being very slow. Like, I want raid mobs to not drop a lot of loot. I want camps to be slow, and everything I just want it to be slowed down so you can just really soak it in, not fall behind. You can play casually and still just like I just want to experience every bit of it and not have to destroy my life to do it. You guys just come all the way across. Yeah, perfect. We'll find a spot here to camp. If we can, it would be good to move up to like the top floor. I just don't know if we're strong enough yet. And we could camp the chef. Did I do the Quellia server? I didn't, Rhett, but if you have a point of contact I can talk to, I'd love to do the Quellia server. Yeah, that is the same fates that is playing on Oakland. Ice, thanks for the gifted sub. We're at 5 subs today, Ice. That's a lot of contribution. Thank you very much. Dirty, this is the Alcabor Project server. Yeah, I think 6 months is a good way to do it. I don't know if Maze or Secrets are in here, but I'm sure we'll see them again tonight. I need to ask them what the respawn of raid mobs is going to be. Ice with the number 6. Oh, it's my pleasure. We'll sneak our way up here. You're done for now. Thank you so much, man. Can you guys hear the background music? I can't hear it. Maybe I'm going deaf, dude. So at my job, I yell a lot, and I'm around a lot of yelling, and I think it's damaged my hearing. Calidion, thanks for the follow. We're missing Wrecked here, Flouts. We got to get him upstairs. I know Rex drinks a lot of coffee. He might he might have gone to get like his 10th coffee of the night. Here we go. We're going all the way upstairs, Wrecked. Thank you, Flouts. Apparently I was RP walking. It felt like I was going really slow. This looks like it could be oh, maybe it's camped. Greater scale bone might be red. It's yellow. We're good. I hope that little Barbarian dude is not KOS here. He should not be KOS. So as long as we don't attack him, we'll be good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lord Elfkin. Now, I got passed over this year. I don't know why. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, like, I did everything you could possibly do, pretty much as far as I could tell. So. Yeah, I like to give counseling. Lutheran is very red. Bulk, I think you can play on a Mac. Personally, I'm playing on Windows, but there is a whole setup process for Macs on the wiki. If you just Google, if you click the link that is in my thing here, when I hit server, if you click that getting started link, there's a whole section for Macs. Now, as to like M2 Mac, totally illiterate on that. I'll ask this guy if he's camping it. Looks like they're clearing around. We should just come in here and post up like on this back wall, guys. The mob that spawns here can drop that mask for like where you combine a bunch of shit and get a nice necklace. You could drop a fine steel two-handed sword, and you could drop a magical shield. But yeah, I'm in the military, so I'm a yeller. Really, Lutheran? That's crazy. I'll tell you what, dude. Last year, I probably shouldn't even say it. You're gonna see the mean version of me. You know, there's a different version of you that comes out at work sometimes. But yeah, when you're counseling someone and like someone comes in from down the hall and asks if everything's okay, and like, yeah, it just gets crazy. But that's just like part of the culture. All right, I'll grab some mobs around here. We have no idea what the spawn time is. Lurking pizza night. All right, dude. Famadil, thanks for the resub, dude. In honor of Famadil, yeah, the Skull of Torture, Lord Elfkin, thank you. Let's do trivia start, baby. In honor of Famadil, let's get it going. Elfkin, are you in the service? You said senior, so I'm guessing you were Navy. This was my second time up for 8 Alcahest. First time up, you know, generally it's not like a thing at this pay grade in the Navy, at least for our role. You know what I mean? You're just dealing with people who are pretty seasoned. But my second time up was my goal. Even back when I first got promoted, I was like, okay, second time up, I want to get it. And just didn't get picked up. HM2, okay. So you are really suffering, right? You guys have really rough quotas for HM1. Rect, could I get new cleric buffs when you get a chance? Question 1. Everquest, previously known as the city of Kunzar, this howling place is known to house the riches of Veneral Sathir and the resting place of his beloved Drusilla. And no one knows how to spell Terrassus. I feel like that is spelled wrong in the answer, to be honest with you. Especially pharmacy, yeah. Are you a good tester? Or... You know, I know some people like ace the test and still can't make it just because of the quotas and stuff, but some people really struggle on the test and could make it if they studied more. This question's hard. I have a red coming up here, Lesser Icebone. Often confused by adventurers with his brother Adler, this person was cursed directly by Bertoxilus. Elder Fierstill's first name is blank. Yeah, Tressus is spelled wrong. Bad bot. Malik, Milk. Yeah, it's Milk. There we go. Famadil, congratulations. You just got to remember Milk. Who needs a Shadow Knight? Our cleric could just tank this. I swear there's more than 15 questions in this thing. Which city in Everquest was created during the Age of Enlightenment? Easy, Eridan. Good job, Famadil, leading the pack now. Rimrock doesn't want to try to come back from behind. You know, Rim, I was thinking about it. I feel like maybe my favorite lore is... either the lore of the Coldane or the lore of the Combine Empire up through Lucklin. Like the idea that Lord Inquisitor Saru specifically chased the Combine Empire loyalists to Lucklin. it sort of takes away from it a little bit when you find out that he went all the way to Luckland to chase them, but Safkata was apparently just like hanging out off the coast of Aridin the whole time. Wobbly Pop, thanks for the sub. Dude, that guy was not worth the amount of time and mana it took to kill him. Okay, Halas, thanks for following. You're welcome. An incompetent chucklehead, this former assistant to the great Al-Kabor, was caught selling the transportation spells to Luckland for minor trinkets. Ooh. Yeah, Taco, I'm a troll. Troll Shadow Knight for life, you know what I'm saying? Hey, hey, Kay. Heck yeah, you're in the right place. Sorko, Talvazon. Dude, that is like some deep lore right there. Do I know any? I don't know any lore surrounding Staff of the Four, unfortunately. Oh man, I've done Pally on Perma. Check this out. Jeebus, check out my top Pally rip. My original Permadeath character was a Paladin. I did it at a relatively slow EXP rate, and 336 hours into the Paladin when he died. Oh, Nachos, good name, dude. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, Pally is like actually my favorite. Okay, this is a TAKP server. If you do ! server in chat, it'll give you a link to get all set up here. But it's just like P99, all free. The setup is really easy though, because their wiki gives you the full download for the client. You just click one button and like boom, you have it. Except if you have Windows Defender, it'll probably mess it up. Man, look at these floors. This is why Kern died. Couldn't get his floors right. This room is spawning slowly. Question 6. Thwarted by Ryle, this king attempted to cheat death. He made an unholy pact with Inaruk to rise, undead and immortal. Veneral Sathir, good job. We talked about that earlier in our Kunark Lore dump. My pet's pretty much dead. The Dragons of North expansion continued the struggle between the forces of Fronovi and the forces of who? No. Who is Famdel? You definitely know this. Who is like the evil version of Fronovi? It's while Fronovi is Tunair's chosen and is like a demigod, who is Inaruk's chosen. She had a server named after her. There we go. Palier's got it. Spelled it wrong. Yeah, good luck spelling that correct, folks. It uses the like tilde thing. Lannis. Tavol. Good job, new ad. Yeah, dude, it was rough. Does anyone here, besides Rimrock, because I know Rimrock will definitely know this, anyone here know basically what happened with Dragons of Norath? Well, here, I'll give you a part of it, so you guys don't have to answer the whole paragraph. So you go to Dragons of Norath, and you find out that the dragons in the nest, so dragon eggs hatch once every 100 years, and they're due to hatch soon. But something happens to the nest, which has previously been hidden and guarded. Somehow the nest has been corrupted. Who corrupted it, and how did it happen? Anyone know? Yo, let's do it, Wobbly. What class are you? Famdel, congratulations with the win. Fam's like the current champion. Yeah, one of the questions should just be like, spell DXVT's full name in Vexthal. Yeah, what happened to Vishimtar? Why did Vishimtar get corrupted? You have no idea. So check this out. Veneral sat there because he hates the dragons. He's always opposed to the Ring of Scale. They basically ruined his empire and his family. He did this thing where he couldn't access the nest because it was totally protected. But he put a ward down that would activate the moment the protection was gone. The way the protection was gone was Vishimtar and his wife. What is her name? Can't remember her name all of a sudden. Just has like a Y in it. She's the second to last dragon. There's only 2 dragons you farm in DON. You one-tanked him? How did you one-tank him with the huge HP debuff he gives you? Yarlir. Yeah, there you go, Yarlir. So they combined their powers to create a sort of shroud that protected the place. No one could go in. And that was supposed to keep everything safe. He set a ward that would corrupt the whole area of the nest and all the eggs inside, and even Vishimtar, if the ward was ever broken. And then when the mortals kill Yarlir, it breaks that barrier, and instantly Vishimtar gets corrupted. And the poor dragons lose all their dragon eggs. Whole generation. I don't know why I couldn't think of Yarlir. I'm interested in that tanking story, Foob. Oh shit. I hope this thing doesn't add. You just know this whole room's gonna spawn really quick because it was like a person getting PL'd in here. Luckily, they're not doing too much damage to us. Yep, there's the first ad. Just trying to back them up so we don't maybe get any more than this. They're both yellows too. Wrecked, if you have enough mana to drop one of your undead nukes on one of these guys, it could be worthwhile. I have 320 HP left, 420 at full health. Yeah, it's always bad luck if you get hit with it while you're tanking them. Wow, were you guys that light on warriors as a guild at that time? Is there Tarburs? Does it talk about him being a Shisar? Please die. Thank goodness. Oh great, there we go. I need to take bind off here and add my corpse removal. Whoa, will our heroes get a unique drop? Is the chef up? So the chef can drop a fine steel sword, the skull for the necklace quest, and he can drop Kern's shield. Given our composition, I would prefer the shield because 2 people can use it. So many books in EQ2 also tell... Are they like in-game books? Oh, you were in Magister. I just assumed you were talking about ROI. Red Fang was a big problem for my guild the first time we encountered it too. I think the named in this room is on a longer spawn timer. So I'm not sure. He might be like 10 more minutes. Did you guys not have druids? Druids are really big for Red Fang, right? Specific lore, Rimrock. I want to know if you know this. Give me a lore explanation of Gramach Hergum. Gramach Hergum. He was part of the Relosian Empire. Is he a shaman? But I don't think I know anything else other than that. Hide Corpse looted doesn't work. Air Taco. Only Hide Corpse all or Hide Corpse none, basically. You know what I mean? It's on or off, just a light switch. Nice, Alkahest, that's great. I don't know if it is yet, Lord Elfkin. I haven't seen one. It wouldn't surprise me if the quest worked as intended, or if it was like the easy mode quest. Roland, thank you so much. I also love this UI. Feels real nice. All right, let's go ahead and grab... Ugh, man, he's red. A lot of reds in this room now, sketching me out. Is this guy right here pathing? I feel like he has been pathing. Yeah, he is pathing. Okay. I want to get these pathers. I'm going to pull this guy over here. Perfect. I feel a lot more confident in this room. Rimrock, did you tell me what I was missing on this guy? Relosian Empire Shaman, is that correct? I don't have to look at the spellbook to med. And it's not because of like the client or the UI, it's because the server's in Planes of Power. So that's not true to pop, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm wondering on the Project Quorum server if you'll have to use book to med. I hope so. And I wonder what the respawn mobs on raid mobs will be, because you know, the respawn rate on raid mobs is like a huge part of predicting like the server economy, how common gear is, and thus how long it takes to feel like you've quote finished your characters, which ideally is slow. I like the idea of like 1 week raid mobs. I know, Enzo, dude, it feels so good. Takes me right back. I can almost smell the bugles in the Mountain Dew. In my dimly lit bedroom, actually not even my bedroom, right? My friend's bedroom, because you know, one kid on my block had a computer where we would take turns playing, and the person who wasn't actively playing was working through the giant binder of EQ Atlas maps that we printed out at school and got in trouble for. Yeah, till 35 Jeebus, you have to use the book, I think. Like, you don't even have to just open the book, you have to open it and click the meditate button. Code Red. Yeah, I remember that. Back when I was that young, I could put anything into my body, it didn't matter. I'd probably have a heart attack if I drank a Code Red right now. Or that Bang, what was it, Bang Cola? No, Jolt, man. So for next year's 25th anniversary TLP, I was thinking about streaming the launch, but doing a full immersion stream. Like, I come on, the stream turns on, I've got like a Jolt Cola, a Domino's pizza in one of the old Domino's pizza boxes. I'm wearing Jinko jeans and my hair is like spiked up, Liberty spikes. It is definitely jankier, but it's jankier because it's supposed to be janky, right? And so, you know what I mean? Like, 1999 EQ wasn't smooth. So if you want the real thing, you gotta accept the jank. Grimlock Hergrim was an ogre soldier that witnessed the destruction of the Relosian Empire. Oh, he's our record keeper. Okay, so they lost their power and their intelligence over time rather than all at once. That's interesting. This guy's a red that's coming in group. It's gonna be a pain. There you go, ball necklace, wallet chain, Hot Topic t-shirt, thumb ring. Every time I hit spacebar, you hear the metallic clank of my thumb ring hitting the bar. Gotta get that Jolt Cola, man. It's like the actually more than any other thing I think about Jolt Cola and this little corner store by my house that I used to buy it from. And they had that Weeble Wobble arcade machine that everyone was always playing. Suddenly I'm right back there in Kanos in 1999. You know what they did do? Elite Poop Skills. Congratulations on your skills and thanks for the follow. They did do something special for Project Quorum though, and so they incorporated a little bit of quality of life. You can scroll on the mouse window, or on the mouse. You could do the scroll out on the mouse, which is the #1 complaint I hear about the TAKP client. So I think that alone will actually bring people in. A mood ring, right? I'm trying to think of what else would be like. We would only play 1999 and earlier music on the stream. My pleasure, dude. Oh, is it? Have you seen someone streaming Project Quorum? I mean, I'll take janky scroll out. And so this is all I stream, really. I stream Everquest, like, I wouldn't say full-time because I don't stream a lot. But I made partners streaming only Everquest. I always stream Everquest, and it's either like Permadeath, solo self-found Everquest, guild self-found Everquest, or it's like a race to max level on a fresh server usually. It's pretty much all I stream. Congratulations on level 8, Slazik. If you're just checking this out for the first time, reminder, we have a podcast. It's on Spotify and all the other big podcast platforms. If you want some nostalgia, big dose of nostalgia on your way to work in the morning or your way home at night, check it out. It's called Drama Quest, so you already know it's going to be good. And so thanks for the follow, dude. Thanks, Jeebus. Danglaz, dude, Dangles, good to see you, man. We haven't talked in so long. I hope you're doing okay, buddy. My prediction for the 25th anniversary is, shoot, man, I don't know. I think we could see a Cello speed server. Like, I think we could see a 4 to 6 week server on lock speed with double loot instead of half lockouts. I think we could see a Feronovi, like all loot is tradable rule set. I think it is very likely that we see a free trade rule set for the 25th anniversary. I like first person too, Nokio. It's way more immersive. And, you know, when you think about how you played EverQuest back in the day, it was in first person. Almost nobody played in third person. If you did one of these, like, you know, just a little bit to check your positioning, or like this. I know a lot of people played like this. On the podcast, Corkin was talking about how he played like this to make sure that he had like a real good proximity to the mobs. Because if you remember back in the day, like how close you were to the mob had a big impact on whether or not it was staying like on you as the tank. But yeah, first person is the way to do it. The game's also way harder. Part of like the risk and fear that we had in EQ was because your field of vision was so limited. You couldn't just see 80 feet behind you, so you didn't know if you were safe. Yeah, I had an EQ developer on my podcast a couple of weeks ago, and she said that, you know, they are interested in the idea of unlocked races and classes, but it's just like, it's not super feasible because of the level of work that would go into it, I think. Yeah, F9 is the view changer. If you listen to the Koala episode on Drama Quest, that's a current Everquest developer. She talks about bringing back classic Freeport, Common Lands, Lava Storm and stuff. So it would be really snazzy to see all that. On this server, K, concurrent, I think it caps out at 300, with a number of them being 3 boxers or 2 boxers, but a lot of solos too. I would guess there's like 150 to 175 concurrent players maximum, humans, and overall server population probably like 500 or 600 humans that play. Way more immersive, yeah. Top down, hell yeah. Yeah, see, the problem is, like, people ask for the unlocked races and class combos. And even if you said, hey, we will do it, but we will offer no additional support, you know, to make it not broken, people would be like, yeah, sure, we'll take it. And then, like, day one, they'd be like, why can't my ogre monk wear the robe of the Lost Circle? You know what I mean? Please add this. They would just get flooded with requests from people asking to fix it. So yeah, it'd be a shit ton of work. It's probably the same reason we don't see them open up like Berserker and Beast Lord day one, because people will be like, oh, I can play my Beast Lord, but like none of the loot is in that I can wear. You know what I mean? Elganator. Oh, sorry, Elgunter. This is TAKP, the Alkabor project. There's a little blurb there in chat with a link if you want to come check it out. Pretty much everyone would play Ogre, right? Fearot would be popping day one. If you are trying to min-max, Ogre is the best. Like, if you're trying to really min-max, which you never have to do in EQ, by the way, but if you're trying to, the rule of thumb pretty much is like, if it can be Ogre, be Ogre. If it can't be Ogre, be Iksar. If it can't be Iksar, be Dark Elf. I don't know why the third one lands on Dark Elf. I think people, you know, just got so used to it, right? It would be really nice to start as a day one Beast Lord. They actually have made it more limited over the years. Back in the day on TLP servers, you used to be able to do like Gnome Shadow Knight day one. You used to be able to do Halfling Ranger day one, and they took all those out and restricted them to like Lucklin or something. Why is Dark Elf great? Well, we're just talking about like, I don't think that there is any class that can be a troll that couldn't be an ogre. So you would never play a troll. But if you can't be an ogre or an Iksar, then you're an intelligence caster pretty much, right? So you would go Dark Elf. The Lore of the Bubonians. Nope, I don't. That's a Plane of Disease Rats, right? Oh yeah, Ding 12. Woot woot. Yeah, I don't know the lore of the Bubonians. Yeah, dude, I feel like the snare neck is super overrated personally. Especially the way people play on TLP servers. You're never soloing. So. But how long does the snare on the innie snare neck last? Let's look it up. Inaruk snare. The regent symbol of Inaruk. Clinging Darkness, clicky. I feel like this is not the thing we're looking at. Yeah, it is. Human, Dark Elf, Troll, Interrupt, Clinging Darkness. Duration 2 ticks. You don't get like the full cast time, or the full cast duration of like a max level Clinging Darkness, right? Oh, is it the cast time that's an issue? I've never been an Interrupt Troll, I don't think, so I've never had the Regent symbol. Later, Rim. Yeah, 6-second cast is also like a long ass time. When I was playing the Necromancer, my level 10 or 11 Necromancer with like high channeling skill for his level would get hit for 1 damage and could not channel through it. So channeling on this server is brutal. Is there a reason? I really don't think there is any particular reason other than it's just sort of his prerogative. You're talking about our Permadeath guilds, right, Wombat? Or were you doing that on like Mischief or something? Yeah, but there's no way that Troll regen is a bigger factor for a Shaman than frontal stun immunity. Like back in the day, remember, only a single... The only class that could solo Western Waste Dragons was the Ogre Shaman, right? Because they could face tank them and still cast through it. In Velius era. Ooh, Impulse Control with the Show an Everquest artifact. Okay, is there any particular artifact you want to see? And by the way, I think the reward tells you it's a physical artifact, like something in the room that I own. Is there anything you want to see short of me like taking a painting off the wall? Because I can grab something. But if you want to just leave it up to me, I'll grab whatever I want. Dude, Fat Matt, it really is like that. I can't even channel with my Shadow Knight half the time. I was hoping he would like hit me during that to prove my point. There we go. He hit me for 2 damage, interrupted me. Grunthilda, that's crazy. The rarest RPG book I've got. Okay, yeah. Let me grab one for you. 1 second here. I'll turn my camera off because I'm totally naked underneath this hoodie. Just kidding. Can you guys hear my chair squeaking? Dude, what if I died while we were doing that? All right, I'm not really sure which is the rarest. I think this actually might be the rarest. This is the DM screen that came with the Solasec Row book when you bought it. It's actually really, really nice. But yeah, DM screen is pretty cool. It's obviously upside down, but you know, it's got all the cool stats in it for the D&D RPG stuff on the back. But don't worry, I'm not just going to show you the DM screen. I happen to have all the RPG books like right next to me, and our cleric is low on mana, so it's a perfect opportunity to just go through a pile of books that I have near me. This is the original EverQuest Classic, like Prima Guide, that wasn't a Prima Guide, but it was official. It was endorsed by 989 Studios, which was like the precursor to Variant. And it's a really cool book. The cool thing is that it's like, for some reason, not white background, it's all black. So it gets taxing on your eyes to read after a while, but they've got all the original stuff that you guys remember from like the Kunark guide, the very famous Kunark Prima guide, with little cool lore stories and all the original god concept art. check this out. They give you pictures of like, here's the troll picture. It is so hard to see because it's printed in black and white on a black background. This is the Realms of Norath, Forests of Fadark book. This has like the Crushbone guide and the Loping Plains guide if you wanted to do a D&D campaign in Fadark with Meong Mistmore or Crushbone or any of that stuff. Game Master's Guide, not very rare. Monster Manual, not super rare. I got the Player's Handbook, that's like the most common one, I won't even show you. This one's kind of rare. This is the Everfrost Peaks book. This has Permafrost, Halas, Black Burrow, Everfrost Peaks, and Miracle's Menagerie. This one is Plane of Hate. This is a really cool book, but you will never, ever, ever play EverQuest D&D long enough to have characters strong enough to go there. But it's neat to see like the Inneruk stat block and stuff like that. And it really is just like a huge guide on the Plane of Hate. Here's the Freeport one. I don't know if I've messed with Freeport much. Everything else in the Freeport region that you'd want to know about has guides. Like there's a Befallen guide just for Befallen. There's a Solsec guide just for Solsec Row, Soul Row Temple, Soul A and Soul B all have their own shit. So this is really just the 3 Freeport zones, the Commonlands and the Rows. This is the Soul Row Temple guide. It's really, really thin. It's like 30 pages. But it gives you all the quests for your fledgling D&D campaign. The Befallen guide. Realms of Norath, Dagnor's Cauldron. This is my favorite, I think, because it has Catch, Keep, and Unrest. And people ask for Unrest lore every 10 minutes. So yeah, that's a good one. It's got Kaladin, and it's got, of course, Dagnor's Cauldron, which is a huge part of the original EverQuest lore. If you've ever gotten into it, then boom. Solsec's Eye. This has got Nagafin and all the kobolds and the goblins and giants and all that stuff. Heroes of Norath, aka Planes of Power, pretty much. This lets you go up to level 35 or something, which is functionally 65 in D&D. And that is my rarest book. It's just all the books. There's a few other books that are like in my closet behind me that I didn't have like on hand, but yeah. A lot of the books. Let's grab this path here. I think the ones you're missing are the Luckland books. They're in my closet right now. I don't think any other book was missing. And then I have like all the actual novels and stuff too. I've got the 3 paperbacks, and then I've got the 1 paperback that comes in a hardcover version. Totally naked. Imagine if I did all that, but I forgot to turn my camera back on, so you guys just didn't see anything. You heard me talking about shit. That would be my luck. Well, Wombat, you know, if you say that it was good, I'll have to take your word on it for the Regent symbol. I never messed with it. I've heard some people say it sucked, but I trust your opinion on it. This is a D&D 3.0. It basically just steals 3.0, but the spellcasting system is way different. Rather than having like what do they call like cantrips and like X number of spells per day, you have mana that you can regenerate. And people who have played it love the spell system of the EverQuest RPG way better than the tabletop D&D campaigns with their like spells per day system. Oh, this sucks. Having the second skeleton here. Wrecked, if you have the mana, I don't know if you do, you should nuke this guy because he just takes way too long to kill. This lesser Icebone skeleton can fuck right off. Yeah, you know, we always thought about streaming a D&D campaign. I'm obviously like really into the lore and stuff, and I've DM'd a ton of EQ D&D campaigns, but I think the reality is like not a lot of people would want to watch it. Like it's cooler conceptually than it is in reality. And there's also like I would have to feel comfortable like making a bunch of voices on camera. I don't know if I'm that confident. I'm no Matt Mercer. Yeah, I've got a link on FOH that someone might have that has a Google Drive with all of the shit I just showed you plus more in PDF form. Some of the books are pretty expensive, like $100 or more for one of those little books that you'll probably never use, so I recommend using the PDFs unless you're a collector. This is a good time to note that there is a new channel point reward to see physical artifacts of EverQuest. Feel free to spend your points. Oh yeah, I've got 2 official EQ atlases back there buried in my closet. My new game room, once we moved, is not as big as my old game room, so some things had to take the hit, like all the EverQuest action figures, pretty much. Okay, our cleric is out of mana. Back to sitting. Right, like a free snare is like never bad, right? Especially with that cast time, if you're just going to open up with a snare. But is it worth choosing your race for that reason? Now me, personally, you all know, I don't think you need a reason to be a troll. I think troll is the best race because it is so cool looking. I'll play troll just to look like this, man. It's sweet. I'm like a Ninja Turtle, dude. Battletoad over here. Hey, Fizzer, thank you. Ooh, Slazik, that'd be kind of crazy. Do an emulated server where the people are playing and I'm like the DM just piloting everything. Oh, that'd be wild. Skargy, thanks for the Prime sub. We really appreciate your support. Dang, Nuker. Okay, so tell me which 2 you're missing. I think that second set that came out is rarer than the first set. And then there are 2 from the first set that are pretty rare. The Electronics Boutique exclusive, which is one of the Dark Elf Heretics, I think. And the rarest one is the Troll Shadow Knight with the Crested Mistmore shield. He was part of like the Toy Club exclusive program. And then if you're really, really, really dumb, like me, you can grab this bad boy. See, I'm ruining my own channel rewards because I'm showing you guys this. You can get this. Now, it's not good old Fippy Darkpot here that is notable. It's this little sword in his hand, the Sharkjaw Cutlass. The only way to get the Sharkjaw Cutlass was to buy the Kunark Big Box and have in your Kunark Big Box a little brochure that said, hey, fill this out and send it in, and we'll send you just the sword. And if you did that, you got the sword. That's the only way to get it. So it's super, super rare to get the Sharkjaw Cutlass. Just pile this up with my things that I need to put back in display mode after the stream. Oh, the undead froglock. I'd have to scoot my chair over to reach him. Yeah, I've got everything in box except for Danik, and then I've got a bunch out of box. The dream is like one day to have everything in box and everything out of box too, like one of each. But I don't have the space, and they start getting a lot more expensive. So, Talanis, thanks for the follow. Yeah. Dude, the Troll Plumber's Crack. Hang on. Wait a sec, There we go, look at that bad boy. It's strong, it's definitely very strong. And here's another thing about trolls. Okay, let me take this off to illustrate. You think that trolls are fat, right? You look at them and you think, wow, that's a fat troll. But look at my spine right here, man. Trolls really are just big boned. Look, I've got a 6-pack, man. Now ogres are fat. No discipline. Trolls, best race in the game. Charbers, what Verona statue are you talking about? Are you talking about this Verona statue? I don't know if it's going to focus on that. It is ugly as hell, yeah. Mine is number 300 of 15. 1500. My cleric's like dying while I'm showing around a fake Verona vibe bust on stream. I become one of those streamers that I hate having in my raid. Balakai, thanks for the follow. Yep, I got it. It's just like a girl who's definitely not Verona vibe, but has some tickle bitties. It's been like an hour now, and we still haven't seen the spawn or the PH over there. It's crazy. Arn Life, thanks for the follow. Stare. You had a little metal Tunair statue from Kunark box. You know, the kid, that shit is so unbelievably rare. Like, the old metal figurines for Everquest, barely anyone has them. I mean, like, almost none exist. So, if you ever found it, let me know. I want to be the first person in line to buy it from you. I've got the metal Nagafin, the metal Feronavi, the metal Luckland dude, and I think that's it. There's a metal Danik. There's like everyone from the classic and Kunark box art has a metal figurine that's really, really rare. Nice. Yeah, the God keychain. The God keychain is a good one. She's holding like the crystal bead thing, right? I didn't go crazy on the Omens. Like, Omens had 4 keychains you could get, and I only got one of them, rather than buying the thing 4 times or 12 times trying to get all 4 keychains. And then DON had a keychain too. Or was it Eldon? One of them came with a Grosmok Stone keychain, which was pretty cool. This guy's light blue is not going to give any EXP. Because we have a higher level in the group, that is. Our cleric's like 16. Was Alcabor functionally immortal? That's a good question. I mean, like, I don't remember anything in the story giving him immortality, like this is why he wouldn't die from old age. But he sure did live a long time. K-House, I know them all. So we have a guild on here called Kano's Tax Collectors, and what we do is everyone in the guild is a permadeath character, and we're guild self-found, so like we can't take buffs or items from people that we don't encounter ourselves in the game. Like if someone came up to me right now and threw a damage shield on me, I'd have to click it off. Or if someone tried to sell me a worm slayer, I'd have to say no, because I didn't get it myself. So everyone in Kano's Tax Collectors plays under those rules. And then we also have a bounty list of bounty targets that we kill, and we get points for like a little leaderboard thing, which Chinchilla is like crushing the leaderboard, by the way. Chinchilla in chat. Like last week we killed Trumpy, Iron Toe. Basically every zone has 2 bounty targets in it. We make little things like this. Boom. Wait, there you go. Boom. Make these little wanted posters up for people to go pursue the targets. And they all have like different point values based on how rare or challenging they are. I think Undead Jester and Bargain are the 2 bounties in this zone, which are a little bit too high for us right now. We could do Undead Jester, but getting to him would probably get us killed. Oh yeah, Mandela. There's a Tumpy, there's a Trumpy, there's like 5 different Iron Toes. There's a Thumpy in the Aqueducts. I think that dragon you have is the Nagafin one. It probably looks just like a really rough version of the Nagafin that's on the classic box art, right? And of course it's like white or pewter. Whoa, big Rogian in the house. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Farron's brother, the Kanos guard, will kill Trump if he sees him. No way. I had no idea, El Ross. That's crazy. We did notice that no one would assist him outside the bar. When he passed out the bar, you could tag him with a spell and pull him to the water line. That's how we killed him, and no one would assist him at all. Yep, that's the Nagafin one. It came in the trilogy box, I want to say. High Hold Keep bounties are Carson McCabe and Lady McCabe, I think. Lady McCabe's a slightly rare spawn. Carson is pretty common, but he's tough. Wow. That is interesting, Slazik. There's a quest you could do that causes an executioner to come kill Jacob or whatever his name is, the guy in the back of the bar who you turn in Blackborough, who you turn in Moonstones to, and he gives you Blackborough Stout, because Blackborough Stout is banned in Western Antonica because it, you know, buying Blackborough Stouts funds the war efforts of the gnolls who are attacking Kanos. So obviously it's banned for that reason. It's like a, what do they call it? Feel real bad that this word is on the tip of my tongue and I can't get it right now. Not an embargo. You know what I'm talking about, though. Like, we don't trade with Iran or North Korea. Contraband is a good word for it. But there's a term for, like, you know, politically when you say, like, hey, we're not going to trade these things to you. A sanction. It's a sanction, right? It's there's like a sanction against the gnolls of Blackborough, and saying like people can't buy Blackborough Stout. So when they find out that he's selling it, I think you need the head of Nashor Furgut or like a note that Nashor drops, and you turn that in, and like a barbarian executioner chick spawns in the Grounds of Fate and walks right over to that bar, has a little speech with him, and then swings the axe and he despawns. Pretty cool. Dude, I cannot wait to get to High Hold Keep, man. Trust me, it's like one of my favorite zones. I'm dying to get there. Once I'm high enough to get to HHK, this is going to be the high Hold Keep stream. Blackborough Stout uses snake venom in it. That's why it causes hallucinations in the lore. That's why they keep the snakes in Blackborough on the ledge and in the pit. They use that snake venom in the Blackborough Stout. And that's why there's like gnoll brewers and you see all the casks down there. Nice, Enzo. That is kind of weird. You know what other word is like that, Raguba? Cleave. Cleave is its own antonym. You can cleave something in two, or you can cleave things together. Dang, Fat Matt with the correction there. What's up, Butcher? Yeah, the guards will attack me, Impulse, but we'll be attacking them too. Let's see, what level is Flouts? Flouts is 14. Zrel, if you're here, I'm interested in knowing what level you are. Like, maybe when you get here, we'll be able to go try the Undead Jester camp. Boom, Ice, thanks. Number 6, thank you for the 6 gifted subs tonight. Pulling in a red here, folks. Big Iceman, the generous. Your support is appreciated. Oh yeah, Rogian. You know, Elros here went through and collected a ton of lore that most people didn't know about by just like, he made a script that just shit out a bunch of lines of text to NPCs. And you know how like a lot of them had things they would say they would respond to but weren't in brackets back in the day, and he found a ton of like text that was missing, talking about like Tunerbos, and like there's Antonius Bale has a roving force of rangers that like patrol the Karanas that you never see in game, but they're out there like, you know, keeping the bad guys at bay. What's up, Brown? Good to see you, man. You know, I think my favorite trade skill, I always liked doing tailoring, but my favorite one is fishing, because it's like basically for nothing, and it just seems so cool that you could just like pop up and fish. It was one of those things that just made the world feel a little bit more alive back in the day. Elros has it. He could probably link it here. I could probably link it too, but I'm lazy. Yes, I think it is called the Outriders, Tarbers. There's more than what he has posted, but what he has posted is from like the guards and stuff. He didn't post it all. It's all implemented in TAKP though. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff. I talked about Tunerbos last stream, but Tunerbos was a giant tree that existed on Norath. It was as large, the base of the tree was as large as the space between Antonica and Erudin. Or sorry, Antonica and Otis. And it was said to be burned or destroyed somehow. Some people claim it was destroyed by Vishan. But it is the progenitor of all forests on Norath. Elgontor in 13 ways. Thanks for the follows, you two. If you kill unkempt druids, they'll often drop like burnt wood as a symbol of their allegiance to the idea of Tunerbos. Boom, Elros just linked it there. Check it out, folks. After the stream, of course. Man, I was feeling pretty sick when I started the stream, but something about like, you know, just hanging out, chatting with people has been making me feel better, I think. Just maybe taking my mind off of it. I feel like we're due for some spawns here soon. Meh. I feel you. Yeah, I would like, if I was gonna be a druid, I'd be an unkempt druid. Pied, good to see you, man. It's been so long. Pied, thanks for being in the chat, buddy. I look forward to one day playing games with you again, dude. It's all those shady rogues, Brown Butcher, tossing their daggers in the ocean after they shank somebody. I feel like your name is actually just here to see if I can pronounce it. It looked like Rect cast a gay spell there for a second. Kuchi Barun Omari. Kuchi Baruno Mori, thanks for the follow. What's up, Lion's Den? Is Taiku here? Taiku, I have Halas lore for you. I woke up early this morning before anyone else in my house woke up, and I read Halas lore to make sure I could deliver. It's a really, really sticky piece of lore. Lion's Den, we're doing good, man. Pied, oh my gosh, Pied, you're so crazy, dude. Big Pied in the chat with a 25, the big 2-5 gifted subs. Pied, thank you so much, man. You are just crazy. Pied, you've always been one of the biggest supporters. It is exciting to have you back here, man. you know, we're doing a real casual guild over here, Pied. You could come join us. Play really casually. If you could manage to make yourself casual. Pied, thank you, though. That was amazing. Really, really awesome and generous of you. Let's get some sword emotes in the chat for Pied. I am casual scum. You know, Rogin, you'd be disappointed to hear that I just main changed on Mischief from a warrior to a cleric. Throw up in my mouth a little bit. Listen, I could box my cleric just as well as I'm going to play it basically now as a main, but I had to do it as a gesture, right? Zral, thanks for the sub, man. I can't wait to get you in here, and we'll go into the deeper parts of the dungeon, hopefully. Right before the peak of warriors, yeah. And I had like thousands of DKP saved up too. Like I could just walk in and bleh, best in slot instantly. I'm sure the warriors were all sweating. They're like, why does he have so much DKP unspent? Then I posted that main change, and they probably had like a little party. Your new businesses are going crazy. You're busy all the time. Well, better busy than not having enough time. I know what you mean, though, man. I'm busy with my hobbies, which are sort of like a business, but instead of making you money, they just cost you money. I don't know if you want to talk about it in a public setting or anything, but if you do, I'm interested in what kind of businesses you're running these days, Pod. Otherwise, I'll hit you up offline. How many mains do you guys have, Rogin? Actually, I think I'm maybe more interested in how many main members from Triality came over to Mischief. Well, the other good thing about playing a cleric is I just don't have to worry about gear now, right? Like, if my gear sucks, who cares? I'm still, like, mostly the same effectiveness. You brought 10 people, that's big. This late in the game, bringing 10 people over is real big. Electrical business, nice. And house flipping, that's super lucrative, I'm sure. Okay, you're getting licensed. Well, congratulations on the success, Pipe. I know how you are. You do everything hardcore, so it's no surprise. So, Rogan, are you guys gonna race again as the guild gets bigger and fitter and faster? Do you think you'll care about racing in the future, or is that gonna be behind the guild still? Yeah, Brown, I'm gonna play Quorum. I'm gonna take a couple days off of work. I was saying today that I plan to do a 48-hour stream when Quorum launches, and I'm gonna race to see if I can get level 50 on a hardcore solo self-found cleric. All old responsibilities. Yeah, well, you know, some of the expansions are kind of short though, dude. Like, not everyone has to be like a 9 a.m. raid till you're done SOF, right? SOD should be pretty quick. I want to have a chance to be the first hardcore SSF 50 on the server, but I didn't want to play a druid, a mage, a necro, or an enchanter, like a class where people would be like, yeah, it doesn't count. And I was like, what is the next best class I can play? And I settled on cleric. I think cleric is as strong as you can get, where people don't yet say it didn't count. Dude, this guy is wrecking me. The server first wedding cake, nice. SSF HC Rogue. Yeah, I'll just stay in my bed that day. If I ever plan to do that stream, it'd be like right before the stream, you guys would get a message about how my power is out that night. Israel is in Kearns. Israel, do you need us to come down and get you? I assume you do. Okay, we'll come down after this mob dies. Just hang out there. I don't know if there's a guild window. There's a raid window, so I would think that there actually is a guild window. But I, with a stone UI, don't have a guild window. Oh, there is no guild window at all in TAKP? Dang. Yeah, Alcahest, it is real slow. Like, you could start memming your spells and then go make a sandwich. I wish I could queue them up. Alright, gents, let's go over here and make our way down. It's going to take us a minute, bro, because we're going to have to kill a few mobs on the way. Hope you don't mind. Microsoft Excel window. Got him. Yeah, once you get meditate, it gets a lot faster. I feel like it's directly tied to your meditate skill or something, right? Menadwen, this is TAKP, the Al Kabor project. It's always been weird to me why they made priests get meditate later than int casters. Like, if you think who's more likely to meditate, like an academic or a priest, I would think a priest would be more inclined to meditate and thus should get it earlier. There's guild tools on the TAKP website. Sweet. Monks should get meditate. Like regain health faster or endurance faster. Good to see you, Short Shanks, by the way. Pied, you are actually now up to 80 lifetime gifted subs. Big numbers there. Maybe. So let's take a moment here to talk about Halas lore, really Barbarian lore. I was gonna wait for Taiku, but I don't see him, so we're gonna do it right now. And then I can just repeat it again. Probably better if he shows up. Kill these guys first. Okay, so the Barbarians were like one of, if not the last races to be added to Norath. They were added by the Mar twins, Nathaniel Mar and Erolsi Mar. Oh my goodness, Pied, you just took over the top spot. You beat Medusa. Pied with another 25 gifted subs. Jeez, dude, you're wild. You are a madman, Pied. Everyone in chat has a sub now. Pied, is there any lore? Any lore you want me to do? Candrew. Thanks for the prime sub. Candrew? Candrew, you are not Cabdrew, are you? Are you affiliated with Cabdrew? A well-known EQ player. Hey, Alcahest. Feel free to flex those new emotes, folks. There we go. Roger that, Pied. Oh boy. Our cleric is out of mana. It's a bad time. Let's pull this guy back, Flouts. Pull him right over to where Wrecked is. If we get low on health, we'll just let him get on Wrecked, and we'll sacrifice Wrecked for our survival, okay? Don't tell Wrecked. I've got Harm Touch up. I'd prefer not to use it on this, but, you know, beats dying. Zrel, it's taking longer than I expected to get to you. Did I work for EQ? I wish. Actually, I don't wish. I've seen what they pay. But I wish I worked there just to get some sweet loot. Like IRL loot. But no, I never worked at EQ. I was too young. I was like, I was 8 years old when EverQuest came out. Don't do the math, folks. Do not do... I know you're doing the math right now. Stop it. Oh, yeah, I'm just like a lore nerd. I wouldn't say I'm an expert. I'm just a humble geek. Save them up, baby. Wow, Rookie, and you thought I was older than you? Do I mean, like, gonna start wearing makeup on stream, dude? Nice, Rel. Meat lore, oh no. That is pretty young, yeah. But you were much more competent as an EQ player than I was. Hype train. Ice, thanks for the sub. Is this 7 or 8? I lost count. We're in the hype train. People are crazy today. All right, let's do Halas Lore really quick while we're moving downstairs. Should be easier now as we go down here. So, Myth and Erolasi Mar created the Barbarians. It was like one of the last races, if not the last race, created on Norath. Well after Vishan created the dragons and left Norath to its own devices. They were created up in the Frozen North section of Antonica, and I think it was like Dugan the Golden. So yeah, I'm gonna forget the random barbarian names here. Did we just say wrecked zoned? Wrecked. That is a really bad place for you to be. Yeah, I'm gonna forget the random names of the barbarians. But anyway, at first barbarians were a bunch of tribes up in the north with little villages, and then, as always, one big guy unites them. And we're really like at risk right now. There's the harm touch blown. I can't believe Correct just gated. But this barbarian was actually supported. Oh, you didn't gate? How did you get to the entrance? Oh, did you just like run down? Watch out for that. Uh-oh. Well, let's just hit the zone line. Woo. Strafe run. All right, we'll come back in a second. So that first barbarian that united all the tribes was actually like blessed by Erolasi Mar and Nathaniel Mar, and his whole bloodline they kind of really liked and supported. So he united them all. They started a big empire, and they built up an area behind what we know as Halas now. It's like their capital city. But they had all these towers all over the northern plains to maintain defense. They pushed out all the other giants that were left, and orcs and gnolls and goblins, because remember there's ice goblins up there. They pushed them all out and really dominated their area. And eventually his bloodline gave rise to this guy who was like Killian Blood Axe or something. And you might think to yourself, hey, why can't I worship Nathaniel Mar or Erolasi Mar when I make a barbarian today, since they created the barbarians, right? JSFA, sorry that you're going to be 41, dude. Wish time could go backwards. But yeah, so the reason that you can't worship the Mars is because this Blood Axe guy was like a really brutal leader. Strong one, thanks for the 100 bits. He was a really brutal leader, and he was like winning the leadership and holding it through strength of arms, but he was really a dictator and would kill people who opposed him and stuff. It was a bad time under his rule for the barbarians, and they asked Erolisi and Nathaniel Marr to come and help them out, to bring a new leader. Erolisi Marr wouldn't do it because she loved the bloodline of that original leader that they had created, so she wouldn't turn her back on him. Nathaniel Marr wouldn't help because of kind of like a might makes right policy. Like he was winning all the battles and everything, and that was sort of the measuring stick for barbarians at that time. Zezaresh, thanks for the 100 bits. Thanks for those cheers, folks. Keep that hype train rolling. So this young barbarian eventually challenges him to a duel and loses, but he survives. So he survives, and he like prays for help. Nobody helps him. And then, as he's near death, a god reaches out to him, but it's not Erolisi Marr. It's not Nathaniel Marr. It's the Tribunal. Boom, boom. Pied with the 1,000 bits. Pied, you're going crazy. Zeus with the 300 bits. Hype level 6 reached. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hopefully we unlocked some cool new emotes here. So geez, I'm forgetting the lore here. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. So it was the Tribunal. The Tribunal reached out to this guy and said, hey, we hear your cries for justice and we support you. And so he was completely healed by the Tribunal, and he went back this time and challenged him to another duel. This time he was blessed by the Tribunal, and he went forward and dueled the guy. And the first time their weapons clashed, the axe was destroyed by his sword. And so he slew him, and then he became the king. But he didn't just want to be the king. He said, hey, like that wasn't working out, so let's set up a council of leaders. And there was a leadership council, and that worked for like hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, eventually, the barbarian kingdom became, and they call themselves the Northman Kingdom, by the way, not barbarians, right? Because it's kind of like a weird way to refer to yourself. But eventually it became so prosperous and such a trade giant, because it could just go to either side of the continent so easily from the northern tip there, that people got jealous and people would try to invade and take them out. It always failed because they had that system of all those watchtowers, right? And they were powerful warriors of their own right. But one day the gnolls, the giants, and the goblins came together and hatched a plan. So the giants gave the goblins magical torches that they could run along the tops of the canyons of ice, and it would melt them. And the ice would melt down and block the roads so that all the dwarven towers and villages couldn't reinforce themselves. And the giants would launch a sneak attack on all the towers simultaneously, and the gnolls would rush directly to the capital city and sack it while there was no defense. And all in one night, which they refer to this later as the devastation, this happened. The towers were destroyed, the roads were collapsed from above, and all the villages were destroyed. The leaders were all killed. The king at the time was killed. Halas, not Halas, but the city that predated Halas was destroyed, and the barbarians were enslaved by the giants. The goblins went back to do whatever they do, because they just don't have the attention span for that stuff. Once the easy plundering and killing was over, they were done. And the gnolls went back to Blackborough because they didn't like the cold climate. So once they were done with their plunder, they went back too. The ice giants stayed, and they ruled the barbarians for several hundred years again, until one day this barbarian, whose last name was Fleetfoot, devised a way to rise up. Now, all the villages of the barbarians would occasionally, one by one, try to rise up and fight off the giants, but they would always get quashed. And they had no way to communicate with each other. So this Fleetfoot dude would run, and he alerted all the villages in like 2 days. He ran all the way across the tundra and said, hey, we're going to revolt all at the same time. And because they were able to do this, they were able to successfully overthrow the giants and then push them back. They wanted to make Fleetfoot the new king, and he said, I won't even be the king. We're just going to do a totally decentralized government, a council, and council members will be interspersed in the various villages across the tundra and the Karanas, wherever barbarians are, so that we can never have a moment where all of our leadership is killed all at once again. And that is kind of how we got to the Halas that we have today. They built up Halas on the lake there, which is why you have that little boat that goes over the lake, Loch Lear, I think it's called. And basically no one knew about them until Antonius I sent out scouts to try to see which lands he could control and annex. And his scouts met the barbarians who, quote, rose up from the ice around them very stealthily. And they were like, yeah, you don't want to come here because we'll fuck you up. And Antonius was like, cool, I get it. Let's be friends. And that's pretty much the story of the background of Halas. There was one notable event I skipped, which is that one of the very early leaders of Halas, of the barbarians, he basically went to the northern coast and he saw this huge island made of ice, of permafrost. And while he was looking at it, a meteor came from the sky and hit the ice, destroying it. He swam over because he thought it was an omen, and he found where the meteor had struck, it left a burning crown. And he took the crown and he tricked the giants into forging something to hold it, and he wore that, and he went back to town and was like, hey, look, I'm supposed to be king. And he was already well liked, so people took him and he became one of the barbarian kings. Before this, all the kings had been like a bloodline, right? And remember, they established a council, but there was a council and a king originally, and it still had a bloodline that went down. So the king's son was always the next king. Now this guy, when he died, his son was like, okay, I'll be the next king. His son wasn't very popular, but he insisted anyway. So he puts on the crown, and the crown just melts the dude. Like, it burns his head until he dies. And at that point, they abandoned hereditary leadership, and all kings from that point on would be chosen based on who was worthy rather than bloodlines. Whew. And anyway, there's our lore of the Northmen, the barbarians of Halas. Hope you guys liked it. And it's why we don't have barbarians that worship Arolasi and Mythmar. It's why we don't have barbarian paladins. Though I would argue we should have scalds, aka barbarian bards. But I digress. What's their staple cuisine? I don't know. I would guess it would be fish, right? But I would take advice from Brown Butcher on what it should be. Dude, this is the OG UI pie. This is how it's gotta be. It's how Brad intended for us to play. I like that the more buffs I get, the more the less screen I have. How do I play so much and read so much? I don't know, dude. It's just like, imagine that it was your whole life. Real talk though, I remember when I was a kid, I had that big Prima strategy guide. And whenever I was in the car, you know what I mean? Like, I actually couldn't play Everquest very much, but I was frequently being driven around by my parents or going to school, all that stuff. I would read that guide like religiously. Every scrap of text in that guide, I must have read like a dozen times. It was so cool back then. It doesn't use your P99 client. It uses the TAKP client, Messiah. If you do !server in my chat here, it's got a link that'll get you hooked up. A bar pally would be great, and there is no big pally race, so they should have it. Pied, I owe you Iksar lore, so I'll get that in just a second. Whew, gotta like give my jaw a second here. Yeah, one chat window is rough, especially when like you can't filter anything, so it's like spells, melee hits, tells, everything is all right there. Yeah, I've got the F10 UI too. Boom. What is this? Was my AA window was up for some reason? Okay. Oh man, look at all these extra hot buttons I have here. So many mistells, I know, man. Yeah, this would be terrible. Like trying to lead a real raid with this UI. God. Yeah, that's actually not the classic F10. This is what's called the Velius UI, right? You can tell because see these little squares on the left? I click this and I can move it. The original F10 UI was totally static. You could not move anything around at all. All right, sorry group, I know you guys had to sit here while I did a 10-minute discussion about barbarians. Let's go head to the basement. 40 mana, okay, yeah, we'll take a pause once we get down the first set of stairs. All right, Pied. Hey, my pleasure, Asmarella. Pied, let's do Iksar Lore. This will be the second time I'm doing Iksar Lore tonight, so I should be good on it. Scary at 20, Chinchilla? I don't know then, maybe we shouldn't. Was it because of the Buryni? The Buryni, like, necromancers? Pied, you still here? Okay. Oh, you're fine. Rex needs to get a coffee. Rex, do you want to just post up on that back wall over there while you get a coffee? And we'll just pull. The wall opposite of us all the way down here. You know what? You could just sit where you're at and we'll pull to you. It doesn't matter where. All right, Iksar Lore, let's go. So Iksar, Kunark, boom, they're created by the Faceless, aka Khazad-Thul. But Khazad-Thul had already created a bunch of other races. Notably, he had created the Shisar, which were kind of like his premier race at the time. They were the big ones. They were doing a lot of big things, and his most powerful race. They existed at the same time as the Rologian Empire. That was before the curse that made the ogres stupid and the giants weak and all that happened. So the Shisar conquered all of Kunark. They totally dominated it. And that meant that they also enslaved the Iksar. While the Iksar were enslaved, they had to do all kinds of menial tasks for the Shisar. That might be like assisting them in necromancy, in rituals and stuff like that. That might be mining in their mines to build buildings and ore, or that might be like being tortured as part of experiments. It was a brutal life for the Iksar. They prayed to Khazad-Thul for release and the ability to fight and all that, but he never answered their prayers. Now, meanwhile, the Shisar, they became so advanced in their magic and their powers that they stopped thinking very highly of Khazad-Thul. They started worshiping Epsra as their god, and they even began to travel the plains. The sword that Epsra drops, the Shisar, the sword of the Shisar, right, identifies as the Shisar Sword of Godslaying, and it has Bane damage extraplanar, which suggests to us that the Shisar perhaps even killed a god at some point, maybe some demigod or low-level god that we're not really aware of. So after this happened, after they traveled the plains, after they had forsaken Khazad-Thul and worshipped themselves, Khazad-Thul had enough, and he created the Green Mist, potentially in conjunction with Tunair. But either way, he created the Green Mist, and it was this fog that spread across Kunark and left everything totally okay except Shisar. It would kill Shisar outright, melt the flesh off their bones. So the Shisar, seeking a way to survive, researched ways to flee, and they didn't have a lot of time to figure it out. Vizdraw the Cursed, and that's a story for another day, found a way to transport them to the Moon of Luckland. So the Shisar, boom, went to Luckland. They took the whole city of Chelsith with them. The big pyramid that we now call Straw Temple, the mines underneath it, right? The mines underneath Straw Temple, where the green metal ore can be farmed, that was touched by the Green Mist originally. You could see the chasm in the over there where that land is missing because they took that with them. Now, all that is just backstory, right? Once they fled, the Iksar suddenly were no longer slaves. They had freedom. And more importantly, they had knowledge of magic. Well, I guess maybe not more importantly, but they as a bonus, they had knowledge of magic that they had just kind of picked up through sort of osmosis while they were enslaved by the Shisar by watching the Shisar practice magic. They broke up into a bunch of tribes relatively quickly, the Nathzar, the Kunzar, and a few others, which you kind of see when you do the Vishan's Peak quest, all the medallions you have to get pieces of. And the tribes were like sort of warring and weren't really united at first, but then a young Veneral Sathir appeared, and he was powerful, and he united the tribes. Rumor is he was able to do this because Zabuxaruk, the ungod, the person who is imprisoned in Plane of Time, gave him an item called the Unholy Writ of War, which allowed him to wage war that was way ahead of his peers and unite everybody. So once they were united, the Iksar pretty much set about conquering all of Kunark, with the exception of areas that were controlled by the Ring of Scale. They would do all kinds of experiments. They created the Sarnak, and eventually Atribi Sathir, like the great-great-grandson of Veneral, would create the Sokokar, which we don't really see in EQ1, at least not in the area in the eras that we're looking at in the Golden Era, like Classic through Pop. But the Sokokar is like a combination of dragon and Froglock, or dragon and Shis and Sarnak. It's a flying mount that they have. So over time, Veneral Sathir falls in love with Drusilla Sathir, his wife. He has a son, Ryle Sathir, and Drusilla eventually dies. And in memory of her death, Veneral Sathir seals his vacation home, the city, which we know as Howling Stones, and all her attendants were sealed in there with her body, and it became Howling Stones, right? They all live life in undeath now. And Veneral Sathir himself, fearing death, began to research ways that he could stay alive forever. So he made a pact with Inaruk to learn how to become a lich. Inaruk gave him the information, and then while he was doing the ritual to become a lich, he was interrupted. Interrupted by who, though? His own son, Ryle Sathir. Ryle, understandably, had grown up expecting one day he would rule the Iksar. If his dad suddenly had eternal life, that would never materialize for him. So he interrupted the ritual. Veneral Sathir was functionally killed. His body was destroyed, and his spirit was trapped forever, I think, in some kind of amulet or other phylactery. Then Ryle was suddenly the leader of the Sebelesian Empire, so named after Sebelis, right? So he goes on, pretty successful. I think he's killed by some members of the Ring of Scale. I'd have to touch up on that, though. For some reason, I'm thinking that the guy who is summonable in Vexar, though, was the dragon that killed him while he was on a vessel, sank the vessel and killed him. Atribi Sathir was after him. He's the guy who created the Sokokar. And then after him, we have Gannick. Gannick is the person who fought the actual war with the Ring of Scale. He is the person who fought Jalad-Dar, the father of Faradar, over the Field of Scale, which would then become the Field of Bone. So while they're battling in the skies, Gannick on his flying Sokokar mount, and Jalad-Dar just, flying around like a dragon, because that's what dragons do. Jalad-Dar begins to cast a spell so powerful it will destroy everything, and Gannick goes to stop him. They clash in the sky, and a massive magical blast erupts, destroys everyone on the battlefield, leaving what we now have as the Field of Bone. Now, that's the dragon corpse that you see in the middle of Field of Bone. That's Jalad-Dar. You also see Jalad-Dar later in Dragon Necropolis. You see his shade there. If you talk to him, Jalad-Dar's shade will say, "Hey, I know that you guys invaded Vishan's Peak, my old home." And then he tricks you. He tricks the races of men into waking the sleeper. He's like, "Hey, there's this place you should go. You should free the sleeper. He'll bring a golden age to Norath." And he does that as a way of getting revenge on you for attacking Vishan's Peak and for being just a lesser race in general. You know what I mean? So Jalad-Dar has a huge part in Norathian history because he destroys Emperor Gannick, severely weakens the Iksar, leads the Ring of Scale in the first place, and then later causes the sleeper to be awoken. So big stuff there. Now, with Gannick dead, the empire goes to Chotl Sathir, Emperor Chotl, and he is not ready to be emperor. He's too young. He doesn't even have much time to be the emperor because soon there's a coordinated attack. They take out Kesora and destroy, I think, like the place where Iksars are like hatched or something. For some reason, it was really important. It was destroyed. All the future generation at that time was severely weakened. And then Trakenon goes to Sebelis, and we all kind of know that story. He invades Sebelis and kills everyone there, including Emperor Chotl, and he takes it over. The Iksar Empire falls, and it's many, many, many years before they can piece back together just some semblance of what they used to have. And all it is just really one pitiful city, Kabalis, that's half destroyed. At some point, the Sarnak are going through the old lost laboratories of the Iksar, and they come across some kind of strange ritual, and the Sarnak there decides he wants to finish whatever ritual was happening and see what they can learn. The ritual was the ritual that Veneral Sathir had started. And when he finishes it, Veneral Sathir comes back, but not in his own body. He comes back in the body of Ryle Sathir, his son, which had been preserved. And that is pretty much the story of the Iksar. Hope you liked it, Pied, and everyone else. Socratic Duck, I resemble that comment. Sorry again for back-to-back rants, I suppose. Whew. Did I miss any good chat? More roamers made you nervous, Chinchilla? Yeah, hopefully with a little group we'll be okay. You're welcome. I hope you guys enjoyed story time. I know, right? You know, the thing that strikes me with Everquest, especially the early lore, so like the Iron Toe Brigade and that, right? That was like Bill Trost and Valen, Tony Garcia. These dudes had like a D&D campaign. You know what I mean? They had a D&D campaign that they played. Why did they play it? Because it was fun, because they were passionate about it. They loved it. It was their world that they're building, right? And that largely became Everquest. You can tell that the world of Everquest was not built to make profit. It was not built as like a money thing. It was built by passion. It was built by people who loved what they were building and wanted to have fun with it. And that is the magic that is captured in the early Everquest lore and the early Everquest zones and designs and factions that has never, ever, ever been replicated by any of the teams or developers that have worked on it since, and I would argue could never be replicated or recaptured, no matter how much money they ever dump into the product. They'll never capture that passion that the original team had. Yeah, no problem with the caps. Will the brain eye assist the skeletons? It kind of looks like they won't, or maybe the social range is just real small. And it will live for a long time. Here's hoping. You can actually see the original character sheet for Lucan Delir and Mayong Mistmore. I know Tony Garcia played Lucan Delir. That was his D&D character. Sir Lucan Delir. And another person played Mayong Mistmore. So those are in one of the Everquest books. Not one of the RPG books, but like a design book that was released. I think it's pretty rare. It costs a couple $100 to buy it. I've got it around here somewhere I could bust out. You know what? Now I gotta look at... I have to get the book really quick. I'll be right back. I'm still here, just taking the camera off while I rifle through shit. Okay, I got the book. Could you guys hear me rifling through things? Oh gosh, Slaz, can you delete this spammer? Let me take care of that. Ban. Boom. Done. Thank you. Okay. Here is the book. It's at the very bottom of my pile of books in the closet here. But this is the book that I'm pretty sure has the pictures of the character sheets in them. No. There was some other guy who was like advertising in the channel. Hanatoy. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how everyone kind of like just found it in like electronics boutique or some dusty old store back in the day. The mini library, right? Let me take the dust cover off so I can like go through this without jacking it up. Hopefully it's not buried too deep in here. That poor group just carrying me. But if you get a chance to find a PDF or to buy this book, it's a really great read about the history of Everquest. We gotta get that Bury 9 next. Let's see. I don't think I can really find it unless I'll just like flip through it one time and see if I can just like stop on the page. You got your husband playing on Oakman? That's awesome. What is he playing? Is this the Steam version? Sir Decro? No, this is the Alcabor project. If you do !server in the chat, it'll give you a link to get started here. This is totally free, and it lets you play like the really, really old school style EverQuest. Yeah, I'll have to find this concept art and show you guys on the next stream, which is Monday, by the way. Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Show up for it. And then you guys can see the original character sheets for those dudes. All right, let's grab this excavator. I'm back. I'm paying attention to chat. 2Sporks, thanks for the follow. Oh yeah, what is the name of the book? It's called EverQuest, the 10th Anniversary Collector's Edition. This guy's dotting me up. I think Sicken's not bad, but Tainted Breath might be a pretty good dot. Man, it's been a long time. I think this is the way to the Undead Jester. Books are for nerds, rip. God, I missed so much chat. I'm sorry. Can I show the book again? Yeah, I can show you the book again. Oh. This is the book, Asmarella. You listened to me on Forever Quest, and that's why you played Mischief? I mean, Mischief was a great server. Did you have fun on Mischief, Hannah? Yeah, it's expensive. 175 is not that bad. I feel like I paid like 300 for mine. Or rather, someone paid that much for me. It was a gift that I got. It was like a Christmas present. Kong Fuzz. I'm going to play on that server. I hope it'll be successful. Like, I'm pretty torn. Like, I want to race. I'm going to race for the first hardcore SSF 50. But I would also love to do like a real, just normal guild on it too, right? Like that kills dragons and stuff. But since it's the first big emulated server that supports solo self-found and hardcore on the back end, I feel like I have to take advantage of that opportunity. Capitalist, thanks for the follow. Good name, by the way. The book title, yeah, is it's just the 10th anniversary EverQuest Collector's Edition, the legend and lore that defined a generation of gaming. Bam. I'm lost. This way. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Elite players had a huge impact on the market. A stranglehold on it. This excavator is red to me. The thing to worry about down here is going to be pathers. There's like one room that's kind of sketch on the way to the Undead Jester spawn where we're going to have like 3 Bury in the room. But other than that, just pathers that we have to worry. Yeah, and I think these do run. Man, this thing is messing me up. I know, right? It should have said the world of gaming. Oh, you found one in Goodwill? Nice. That is amazing. That is a killer find. I heard that if you're in the California area, specifically around, you know, where Variant used to be and stuff, you could find a ton of great EverQuest stuff in Goodwill. Scarg, you can go up to the, what is this? Magic. Okay. You could go up to the Priesthood Discord and you can say like, hey, I want to be SSF, I want to be hardcore. And it's hard coded. So if you say you're SSF, you can't trade with anyone. No one can buff you. So you don't have to worry about things being cheated or people buffing you randomly while you're running by. And if you say hardcore, then the moment you die, character delete, done. So it just legitimizes it. Right, Harbors, yeah. You gotta come hang out, man. I'm in Florida. Healing through the walls, the Bane. But they're using that shitty Necro heal, right, Chinchilla? Or are they Shaman healers? Welcome, Mrosum1. I played so much EverQuest back in the day. I got my Druid to level 50 when that was the highest you could go. Kind of miss it now. You should come back and play it. It's just as good as it always was. If it won't ruin your life to get sucked back in, you should come back. Is Correct here? Or Wrecked? Is Wrecked here? I don't know what's on the other. I gotta peek. Okay, we're good. Easy pull. Oh, never mind. He went in that room. What's in that room? Looks like just him. Hello, friend. It's weird not playing on a TLP or live server, and like when I pull something, I can't see a fat stack of X-Tar pop up when I have a bad pull that lets me know I'm about to die. You have an XL inventory list, Nuker? That's crazy. Yeah, I have the 4 mini Prima guides in there. They're pretty cool. Shaman healers, that's gonna be rough. I couldn't find the character sheets, and I didn't want to spend too much of the stream like with my face in the book looking, not doing anything, but I will have them up for next stream. Or you know what, I'll put a link in I'll put a picture of them in my Discord too. If you guys are interested, you can always join my Discord. Boom. I do a shit ton of EverQuest content on YouTube, on Twitch, on the podcast. So a great way to keep up with all of that, not miss any of it, is to join that Discord. All right, group, we should be moving up here. Excavator. Even con. There's an EXP bonus on TAKP when you have 4 or more people in the group. So 3 people, bad EXP. 4 people, great EXP. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Awesome one. Yeah, definitely. Have you streamed before, or are you just going to start for the first time? You don't think they're in that book? Maybe I'm remembering them from somewhere else then? These guys are so cute. It feels terrible that they're evil, right? Why do I have to kill you, cute little panda man? Okay, pass this and come here. Group, we should be moving down. Oh, we can I think med right here. This next room is kind of a hard room. We got a red excavator, an even excavator. I think there's one in the left corner right around here, like a 90 degree. And there's one in this doorway that can social other mobs in that room. We're definitely going to have to lull it, and I'm going to put this out here. If we get a bunch of mobs, we're going to have to run. And it's going to be individual responsibility to find the zone line, okay? If you want, you can follow me. I'm a big giant troll. Yeah, I figured this would be a nice safe spot. Yeah, on this server, they start KOS. They're scowling, in fact. Even to good people, they're KOS. I wish they were dubious. It'd be so easy to just walk right past them and not have to deal with it. They're way harder than the rest of this stuff. I do not know, Kong Fuzz. I never came to Currents back in the day. Chinchilla would probably know better than me. Ad in the back. This cold's gonna make me lose my voice, I think. How long have I been streaming? Like today or like in my life? I streamed for like a month in 2016. Back before affiliate existed. So it was just like partner, and you didn't know how to get partner. It's just like people with partner had 1,000 viewers. So I did it for like a month back then. And then I started streaming again, I think in 2020. Wow. Our cleric's going fast. And then I stopped, and I started streaming again like last week. I'm not a super consistent person, but I go really hard into things when I'm into them, if that makes sense. Mr. Vindy's just started the podcast. Nice. Hey, they only get better, man. You got to tell me what you think of the Quarkin podcast. It's my favorite one. It's episode 9, I want to say, and it's also like a big beefy 3-hour episode. So Flats is 15. We're making progress here. I'm sad Charlie couldn't be here. I can't wait to play with her again. Yeah, I did talk about Sarnak when I was doing the Kunark Kabbalist History Alcast. Damn, 60 miles. Yeah, he's great. Favorite of the first 4? Let me pull it up, because I don't even know who all the first 4. Well, first we had what do we have? We had Combine with Yerm, Fippy with Jane, Oakland with Kegadon, and then was Koala number 4. Koala was my favorite if she was number 4. Otherwise, it was Yerm with number 1. Dude, Tarbers, I must have gotten I must have like seriously like 500 emails from HelloFresh. Yeah, I have like I went through it one day. I have like 80 sponsorship kind of like requests that I've just ignored, not just from them, but like a bunch of random mobile games and stuff. Okay, Flouts, let's go ahead and lull this guy on the left if you're able to lull him, left corner, and lull this greater skeleton on the right in the doorway if you can lull that. You might have to stand where I'm standing to see it. Okay, so we had a critical fail on the lull, but he came by himself. That works. We'll take that. Can we back this up? We need to not fight it right here, probably. Just a little bit of backing up. This is probably fine. This might be the hardest thing we have to fight on the way here, this Redcon excavator. Yeah. You know, I'm really interested in like the dynamic, because I never played that. Like all my hardcore gameplay is on TLP, which is a totally different environment. Like, how do you even poach someone on live? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just weird to me, like trying to imagine. You've been in a guild for like 15 years. What would it take to poach you? Right, yeah, you just see the outside. A lot of cross healing happening. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's move this guy up here and see if we can break the heals. Israel, come all the way up. See if we can get him out of healing range here. Oh yeah, we had episode 4 must have been Vulak then. Our cleric is out of mana. Israel, do you have lay on hands up? Yeah, the casters in the basement are rough right now. I think he started on Vizel originally. For people who are wondering what in the heck podcast we're talking about, there's a link, ! Podcast. Pather coming our way. He's running. Perfect timing for a Pather. All right, I'm on the Pather. My mouse was stuck. The stone UI here kind of like has like a gravity well around the perimeter of the screen, something with the hack you do to make it full screen. So like if my mouse goes up here or here, it like really wants to stick. You gotta like yank it. That was good timing. Flouts, do you have an Invis song? Not yet, okay. I was gonna say it might be better to just Invis past the Burning Eye. Alright, move back here, tuck into the stairwell. Rector, are you totally out of mana? This is going to be a rough part, folks. Let's do a little prediction here. Choose outcome. The other one was, will we get a unique drop? And that was for the chef camp, and we did not get a unique drop. So congratulations for the 100% of people that voted no. Now let's start a new prediction. Will we die before we kill an undead jester? Yes and no. Period is going to be 2 minutes. Boom. All right, prediction is up, folks. Go ahead and vote if you think we will wipe as we go in here to this next camp, or will we kill the undead jester and make it out alive? In the L hallway, the one right here, there's 4 roamers, or in the one going across horizontally? And are the ones in, are they Barbarian roamers or skeleton roamers? Oh, I see one right there. A burrower, blue. That's not bad. 3 skeletons. 3 skeletons, easy. All right. Elros, can you try to lull this Burning Eye right in front of us on the right? The excavator, even con to me, probably blue to you. He's lulled, I'm assuming. Watch to see if there's cross healing here. If they don't heal him, then we know that they're definitely not social. And I think they're not social. Ooh, we got a lot of yes votes, but mostly no votes. I like it, folks. Thick bone skeleton, okay. Yeah. All right, let's check up here really quick. Pather. Right, they would, which is what we were trying to see if there was gonna be a heal on that skeleton. All right. Let's bring them up here so there's no heals. Bring them all the way up, Israel. There we go. See if we can get by with no heals right here. There is a pathing skeleton that could come up behind us. Just watch for it. I'll call it if he comes. He's a yellow con, so he'll be a little thick. This guy's dying quick, so. Looking good here. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, just a reminder, every Monday, Tuesday, and Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we stream. All right, move back down. Kung Fuzz, thanks for the follow, dude. What's going on in here? Nothing. We're gonna try this pull. He could get ads. We have no way to know. All right, pretty good. Let's just fight him right here. Mr. Awesome, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Mr. Awesome, hit me up when you start streaming, man. I want to check it out, especially if you're streaming EQ. Faceless is super good, Wombat. We haven't lost an expansion in like, I don't know, like 18 months. And basically, Gates of Discord and every expansion ever after, we have won. And lately, we're winning them by like a long time, by a mile. We try real hard. Oh god, please don't let this guy get in this door. Oh no, man. That shit was terrifying just now. All right, everyone move up. Everyone move up through this hall. Come to Zaide. Chef Boy Kid, thanks for the follow. What is this guy right here? Did he just, I think he just passed back. He's an even con. Don't want to deal with that guy. We definitely want to kill this guy as quickly as we can to avoid a potential ad situation here. We're in a bad spot. Yep, there we go. Zrel, whatever you do, do not back up. What level are you, Alcahest? You like level 1, 2 right now? Okay, we need to stay away from that thick bone skeleton because they will assist him. You gotta get mana. We're in a rough spot. This back right corner here is gonna spawn soon. So hopefully we could just avoid it. Shit. We're clear there. I think we should move up now. Move up and come into the middle left room. All the way in the back. Ooh. Did you guys con that lesser ice bone that just walked by? Is that red to everybody or just red to me? Level 1. Oh, just getting set up now. Alcahest, good. Taiku! Oh my gosh, Taiku! Were you here? I did the full Halas lore, dude. I think I have like an hour on Harm Touch. I used it not too long ago. You're talking about class? I would recommend you start on Project 1999 or TAKP. And then I would play a Cleric is a really good, strong starting class. Or a Necromancer would be really good and easy. Okay, thanks, Taiku. I told you I would get you for it. Rex, let me know when you're full mana. Sixty's pretty good. This Icebone right here, just sitting in the next room. I hope we're getting the right pH here. I'm gonna grab this Icebone. Here we go. Pulling it in. See if I can get him further back in the room. Not having any luck. Okay. What we don't want to happen is for the thick boned skeleton to add through the doorway. Now he won't socially add, so as long as we're max melee range fighting this guy, we should be good. There's at least a decent reason in the lore why they shouldn't have paladins, but I think they should still have paladins, in my opinion. The Mar twins sort of let the barbarians down in a big way. I wouldn't go so far as to say they betrayed them, but they did a pretty bad job. And then the tribunal came and was like, let me help you out, homie. Ooh, tense. 90 mana, his mana went up, so sweet. All right, here we go. Here's thick. This is our pH, I think. Should be a fine steel hammer, right? Yeah, they didn't know what they were doing. They figured it out for the Froglocks. They came back and helped them out. The second children. Bashes me for 1, interrupts my casting. Love it. Ooh. This is going better than I expected. Only 25% of people think we will die before we get the Undead Jester. Oh man, this is fat loot here. Krell, the Fine Steel Warhammer might be an upgrade for you right now. One hand blunt, 630. It's an upgrade for me, shit. Do you have any one-hand blunt skill? Krell, do you want that in the meantime? Or would it reset your skill totally? He harm touched me. What an asshole. Yeah, I'll roll for it, Israel. And then whoever gets the Iksar Berserker Club first can just pass it down, right? I rolled a 48. $73. All right, baby, it's all yours. Congratulations, sir. El Ross, you are the resident expert. Can you confirm if we are hitting the correct pH? Normally on a server, if we kill all the pathers on this side, we are guaranteed to be hitting the Undead Jester pH. Feeling good, man. With the pathers gone, we're into camp. It feels pretty safe. Getting out, you know, that's a whole other problem, but... Yeah, Funky's in. Yep. 50k plat, honestly, is not a bad price. You're right. Sadly, we don't have. I don't think we have any Iksar. Definitely no Iksar warriors, but I don't know if we have any Iksar at all in the guild right now. Thickbone and Icebone. Okay, so we've killed the Icebone, then we killed the Thickbone. So probably that Thickbone right there. And do we know his respawn time? It's a lot of Plague Rat Tails, right? $14 minutes. All right, well, we'll just keep EXPing now then. It's our best chance to not die is to get strong. Hello, Burning Eye. I wish that the Iksar monk tail didn't poke through the robe. Then it would really be great. I like the human robe graphic. Like a human monk with the robe of the azure sky, I think is peak Fashion Quest. Or, you know, like a human monk with a robe of the lost circle, a shield of rainbow hues, and a glowing black stone. Or an Afridi scimitar. Now that is also peak Fashion Quest. Kern's Tower Index. Boop. Cool. And is this like the Ocarina of Time vendor theme in the background? This is really hitting. Yellow. I don't know if he's gonna get an assist through one of those walls. I don't want to mess with it. Shows the Jester spawn in a different spot. 1. By A. Pits that lead from basement to tunnels. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, but he probably paths. He probably spawns right there and then paths through. But that would just be around the corner and in that first room. I need to go in here. This guy's behind a pillar, so he shouldn't assist, right? What do we have going on over here? We should get this guy so... Oh. Could we take 2? Would 2 be a wipe right now? I feel like we could probably take 2, right? Barthorn, thanks for the raid, man. All right, let's see if we just died. I'm rooted. I'm rooted out and around the corner. Please come save me. Is our cleric here? God, I'm real nervous about not seeing. Okay, we're all here. Woo. All right, folks. Hey, welcome to the stream. We are a Permadeath self-found stream, though we are willing to group. So not solo self-found, just Permadeath group guild self-found. I'm Zaide. Hope you'll enjoy the stream. If you have any lore requests, feel free to let me know. And folks, if you have not watched Barthorn before, if you're already over here, check him out, give him a follow. He does SSF runs all the time, not permadeath, normal SSF, and he actually like gets his characters to max level, unlike me. All right, thanks, gentlemen. I was nervous about that route. Play a monk pied, whatever you want to play, dude. We die so much that it's just like play what you want, what'll make you happy, and that's all that matters. Another one coming in. He's casting a spell. And it wasn't root. It was fear. He feared me. That's awesome. I'm feared right outside the cell. Here we go. Now I'm snared. This guy's a real jerk. I am a Permadeath Troll Shadow Knight rocking a cracked staff and some banded armor right now. My group is a Paladin, a Bard, and a Cleric. And we are camping the Iksar Berserker Club in Kern's Tower. That's my secret. I'm always scared. All right, chat. Best moment in any Marvel film. Go. And why is it when Captain America picks up Thor's hammer in Endgame? Mr. Awesome, I am level 13. You ain't going anywhere, very nigh. Oh, it has. I thought it had the pre-nerf, but I guess the AC nerf was in Velius, right? Because he's worthy. When they're over, LOL, can't true. So we think that this is the room where he actually spawns. Bringing a yellow con scale bone. How much are those goblin heads selling for, Wrecked? Like 3-4 plat? When Captain America appears in the subway in Infinity War and the Avengers theme is playing. I don't even know if I know that scene offhand. 3 plat and some gold, nice. 4 plat, well, you're a high elf, it doesn't count. You're so charismatic. Repops are starting. After this, we'll take some time. I just got harm touched. After this, we'll take some time to redo our buffs before the named. When he says language. Captain America's always been my favorite superhero. Like when I went to kindergarten, I remember they were like, what do you want to be when you grow up? Was the first question our teacher asked us, and everyone was answering their stuff like fireman, astronaut, and I was like, I want to be Captain America. So for me, it was pretty much like a lifelong dream come true when Captain America picked up the hammer and 1v1'd Thanos for a few minutes. Don't run. Don't do that. Don't do that. Alright, I saw the skeleton path by. Here he is. This is not the PH. Why am I encumbered now? I think that thing was already dead, so who siphoned my strength? Whoa, 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 Tarbers. You're gonna get me shot just saying those words. I want to click your link, Lord Elfkin, but if it's like a clip from Marvel and it plays on the stream, Disney's gonna send a team of assassins to kill me. I will, yeah, I'll check it out. I think if it was in the bottom right, you still wouldn't. Maybe you would be able to. I don't know, chat. Would people prefer the camera be in the bottom right? It'd pretty much be like a one-time thing, right? Because most of the time we're gonna have two cameras down here. The scope's already on me. Oh, I see what's causing it. I've got Siphon Strength on me, but it's when Bard Song wears off that I hit encumbered. Makes sense. I'll move it around for you. But look, now you can see the damage. Oh, Brecht only has 10 mana. I'll go back in my corner. LOL, Alcahest. Just be like a floating head that moves around. I'm so thirsty and my drink is empty, but I refuse to go AFK. The one time I went AFK on a permadeath character in the Ocean of Tears on a boat, somewhere safe, a random rogue ran up behind me and backstabbed me to death. I'll just suffer. There's PH. We ready, Wrecked? Oh, he went in the jail cell next to us, didn't he? 20 mana. I'm not confident that 20 mana is good for that. Cure. Yeah, chicken broth, I should. Since heading is finally starting to work. Maybe I spoke too soon. Where is that Burning Eye excavator casting from? Alright, I'm grabbing this dude. It's pretty high level then. He is, oh shit. Thick bone right there. He's level 18 or 19, this skeleton. Nimitz, good to see you, man. Long time no see. How you doing, dude? Yeah, they do Tarbers. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do, Kung Fuzz, but I couldn't get it to work with Stone UI. It wouldn't let me establish an alternate key for it. Like I was gonna put it as like hotkey number 6 and have hotkey number 6 be either number 6 on the number pad or like D. You know what I mean? So every time I turn, or maybe W. I'm level 13. See, my primary weapon is just no damage at all. Like, I'm doing more damage with bashes. I feel like I should be hitting for 11 though, right? Shouldn't it be damage times 2 plus 1? So I should be doing 11 damage with my crushes. Do I not have 1 damage bonus at level 13? I'm doing good, man. Having a lot of fun with the new stream and stuff. It feels good to get back to streaming. Dude, I drank 20 milks on the stream so far. It's insane. Yeah, Old Man Lobus. Anything that the vendor would carry in his default stock, I can get. But if it's like somebody sold it to him, then I can't use it. He resisted my disease cloud. I like that the thick bone skeleton's like a shorty. Oh man, yeah. You gotta check it out, dude. It was a really good episode. Finally, yeah. I was thinking about using it on that icebone skeleton just because, like, he's so slow to die, but I'll wait. Flouse, can you have a weapon in your primary while you have an instrument in your offhand, or no? Not until you get dual wield? One day. Yerm was awesome. What are these? Skeletal feet. Someone gain a level there? Boom. Hammer. Oh. Oh shit. Wait a second. I can't wear these? Oh, they're 5 AC, no stats. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Zrel. Let me check the other shields, Zrel. I think that's an Iksar Targ shield. Yeah, 7 AC. Do you want it? Where's mine? I think mine's 8. My pleasure. This is 2 delay faster than my cracked staff and 1 damage more. Yeah, baby. With Stone UI, you cannot link or view links of weapons or gear. It's pretty sweet. All right, Asmarella, that's a pretty late stream. Do you normally start this late? I feel like I usually see you on a little bit earlier. Dang, Mufasa, like I didn't even realize you were Yerm in the chat. I know like 2 other Mufasas. You can't use either? Well, you can sell them if you want because I'm encumbered. Unless you're also encumbered. One of the enchanters in our guild finally got up to being able to make silver jewelry. That'll be nice. Yeah, I've got 2 alligator tooth earrings that I camped like a scrub, and 1 limestone earring, or limestone ring. Hey man, 15 HP though. Could be life or death. Oh right, Jasper. Is Jasper the wisdom stone? Another thick bone over there. That's wild. I figured you were always Yerm. I remember doing the same thing, Kong Fuzz, and trying to convince people like my Kern's shield was definitely better than the shiny brass shield, and that they should pay for this instead. Limestone ring is loot from the catacombs. Drops off of the Undead Knight in Kano's Catacombs. But he's like a 3-hour respawn, so it's hard to catch him. I really wish I could pull these guys all the way into the back. Something about it, seeing them in the middle of the room, just like sets off my OCD. By the way, Ike, good to see you. How is Oakwind? Yeah, I miss it too. It was cool. I even miss the old. I miss the old bazaar. The live bazaar sucks. The old bazaar felt like a real bazaar. You know what I mean? Like it was crowded and loud, and like there was just tons of people everywhere selling things in your face. Is someone contesting you for PD, Poop Sock, or are you just like sitting there by yourself, FD'd? I would like a North Freeport, but I guess with the new Freeport zones on TLPs, it'll never happen, right? Since Freeport is so terrible. Yeah. The thing that bothers me most about the new bazaar is it's architecture that no human would ever, well, no sentient race would ever build. Like a series of concentric circles connected by long winding paths. What? It's just so terrible. That's good. What are the 2 guilds that are there with you? Ooh, man, 161 off that harm touch. Yeah. Once you get your smithing up and you're a human, you can make those Antonian jabs that have that really nice range on it. I don't remember if they stack though, which is like the rough part. What was the price of these rings? I can't possibly scroll all the way up. Opal rings, 22 plat per. I've never met a single person who likes it. Never. And I've played with like thousands of people now. Iron, this is the TAKP server. Here's a little blurb about it and a link for getting started on it if you're interested. And by the way, welcome to the chat. Do you think they're joining forces, Pirate, or are they separate? Iron Bandit, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I know there are a lot of P99ers. I'm surprised you didn't want to stay with them since you are also a P99er. I know it sucks that on TLP P99 or on TLP Kanos is like so dead. It's just not part of the meta, especially with quest EXP being done. Like all quests are terrible EXP on live TLPs. Boom, 14 baby. You're on too much. Are you gonna, how far are you gonna go on the server? Are you gonna stop after Velius, or are you gonna go until your guild breaks up? Okay. So it makes sense then, because like the guild you're in is gonna go to the 25th anniversary server, right? They're just gonna move over wholesale. Are you gonna follow them and go with them again? Here we go. What is this, PH again? That might not be a PH. But he's walking in the same path that the PH takes. P99 servers are fun. It's a good server to check out. Elroz, do you know, are you able to look at the spawn chance? I think it was 20%, right? 20% spawn rate for this guy, and like a 20% chance to drop the Berserker Club. That works out to be like pretty rare, actually, I think. Hey, good night, Nimitz. Thanks for coming by, dude. My old buds. I don't know which ones those are. Nimitz, thanks for the cheer, man. Very generous of you. Yes, Aramis. I remember Aramis had to step away for real life obligations around the time that Oakland came out. Well, I know I'm pretty popular over there, so. Is he with, does he still play with like Paisley? Or Opal Star? Same person, different names. 4% chance. Ooh. No, I don't think there's any that you really have to do. What class are you, Alcahest? Are you a shaman or a necro? The Iksar all have what's called, like, colloquially called Iksar Epic Quest, which are worth checking out. They have like a ton of tiers, like it's like the Warrior Pike and the Green Mist quest line for Shadow Knights. The Shackle quest line, which becomes the Whistling Fist for Monk. The Necro has the Skull Cap. SK Shaman Monk. Yeah, so you should do all those quests. You should work all of them as you go, and it will help you, you know, when you're a higher level, you won't have to go back and do it all. But I would maybe over level it just a little bit because you're doing permadeath, so it'll be real spicy, you know what I mean? Get like 10, level 10, and then go back and start working on them. Yeah, you don't even finish them till like 60. Some of them require like almost raids. like to get the Whistling Fist. The final turn in for the Whistling Fist is turning into Khazak Thul in Plane of Fear. Pride of the Legion is so good. Primary or back slot looks so cool. That halberd item icon graphic too. Does it? I'm talking about the icon in your inventory, which is the same icon that Wormslayer has, I think. I think the Wormslayer just has a halberd icon, right? I don't remember if it's Wormslayer graphic on the Pride of the Legion. Wouldn't surprise me though. You got it on that and the Executioner's Blade from that might have been the PH from Silverwing. They're not completable on AK. Sad. What about the Whistling Fists? Con, this is the Alcohol Project. TAKP. Fists are doable. That's awesome. Has someone done them? I'm sure someone must have, right? What time do we have here? I'm gonna stay for like one more PH. I'm just choosing it. I feel like there's no point to stream like regular old EQ, you know what I mean, with no risk or anything. Yeah, I'm getting real low on drink. But it's too long of a journey to go get more drink. Best UI ever. Oh. Did you see that? An undead jester just walked by us. He had the sword in hand, which means he doesn't have the club, though. I don't know if the Burn Eye will social to him, so I don't feel comfortable pulling him through this room, but when he paths back, I'll grab him. Alcahest, what I think you should do is go into Field of Bone and farm. First, just kill anything, but when you get level 2, just start killing scorpions. Farm the pincers. Whenever you get 4 pincers, turn them into the Warlord dude in Field of Bone on top of the building. Like if you're leaving Cabalus, there's a building on your left and the right. He's on the balcony on top of the right building. And you can turn in the pincers to him and it's a pretty good chunk of EXP that first like 5 levels. All right, here comes the Jester. I think it's a guaranteed no club because of the sword. But that sword will probably still be a good weapon for you to grab Zrel in the meantime. At the very least, it's a good chunk of plat for you to help save up for your rings. Yeah. We have the mask and the sword. Find steel, two-handed sword. So set the 14-minute timer, and that's when our next pop is going to be. Ooh. Nice, I'm level 14. This EXP is really good. I remember doing this solo on my Permadeath Paladin. I think probably around level 20, I would guess. Maybe 16. But on TLP, the Undead Jester has a range of what level he can spawn. 14 is like the bottom of that range. Iksar Necro, dude. When it comes to Necro, there's definitely no choice. You have to go Iksar for the regen. With Lich, yeah, you can multi-box here. Yep, you can 3-box on this server. I'm gonna pull a Charbone. I think it's gonna be like level 18, maybe higher. I think they could be like 18 to 20. This will be a hard fight. Yeah, he hits for 34 damage. Later, Slazik. Slazik, what level did you get your enchanter to? I think he's already gone. He's probably at least like 10, right? Because he was 7 when we started. Oh, he's 12? Wow. Perfect. He's ready to group with us on Monday. I wonder where we want to go after this. Like Guck, maybe. We could do the Shin Lord for Israel. Yeah, we could do Dark Forge at 40. Wrecked, I'm not going to be on a while, no. I'll probably wrap up after the next Jester PH. I'm feeling sick. And I got to wake up early tomorrow. Slot off, thanks for the follow, dude. Yeah, it'd be cool to get Dark Forge, but that zone is dangerous, real dangerous. A lot of healing through walls and stuff, and once you get in the Dark Forge area, actually, it's probably revamped here, right? Khazak-Dul is revamped. It's in Firat. It's kind of a bummer. What level are the mobs in Firat? Are they like in the high 30s? You just kill shit outside of Khazak-Dul Temple. Sort of a bummer. Oh, like 1 PH spot. I soloed the Shin Lord on my first Permadeath Paladin, and it took me like 30 minutes. Long time. With all this healing. I almost soloed the Lord Guck mob that drops the enameled black chestplate. Is it the Savant? It's not the Savant. But it kept CHing. Like, I'd get it so close to dead, but I didn't have enough stuns to keep it from healing itself. Yeah, you can meet us for a guild invite in Field of Bone. It is Savant. Yeah, I fought him for like a million years. Really? Fighting the Savant, or just in that area? Savant is noticeably tougher to solo than like any of the other name down there. I remember like I soloed the Assassin when it was a yellow con on my Paladin, just with the Ghoulbane procs and the undead nukes. But the Savant was just a beast. I'd go through all the nukes, even like burning lay on hands. I didn't kill him. I remember it was so much fun on the Paladin in Unrest near the end of my time in Unrest, because like when you're a solo character, you tend to be like over leveled for some of the areas, and people would get salty and like train me in Unrest as the Paladin, and I would just be like soaking the trains and killing them. But lower Guck trains are just like a nightmare for Permadeath characters. Ghoul Root, rip. I forget how my Cleric SSF died. New God Flow. Yeah, this is like real 1999 shit, dude. Going hard. All the buffs are gone now. Wrecked. Probably won't hit 15 tonight, but that's good because I don't want to get too far ahead of Trolley. I think she's level 12. She was a little bit higher than me at the start. And she'll catch me, even with a couple levels gap, she'll catch me because of the EXP penalty I have as a troll. Dude, you don't have there's no bandoliers on TAKP, right? Yeah, I'm like halfway tempted to do a Mandalorian guild or something on Mischief. It would be so much fun with the randomized loot in these classic eras, and having bandoliers so you could do the shield macros. Cleric's out of mana because of buffs. I think we should be close. We should be close to time for the next Jester PH, right? can't believe I'm still fizzling. Yeah, it's definitely way more limited. If you're using Stone UI, it's really rough. I have 6 hotkey spots, you know? Don't even have the full 8. I think I have 10 if I go with the Velius UI here. Yeah. But that's not classic. Hey, Stunner Sir, welcome to the stream. Making a link tree was like the best thing I ever did, so I didn't have to have like 10 different links in there. Oh, what's up? Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that you are Bone Crusher looking at your Twitch name. How you doing, dude? Are you still raiding? Mana. We'll give it a second. Lesser Icebone. This has to be the PH, right? I remember last time we did have an Icebone, and then later we had the Jester, right? Or did we have a Thick Boned, and then later the Jester? I'm not convinced that this mob right here is the PH. That's great. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we'll have Jester next. Yeah. Dude, TAKP's been a lot of fun, man. Feels like the old days. This guy had a lot of health, man. Thick boned. Okay, now this is the PH. Congrats, Wrecked, on 18. We can't... Oh, yeah, we could do Armor of Ro. When you're doing SSF, like no guild or anything, you cannot do Armor of Ro as a paladin. It sucks because you can't enchant the metal. It was real frustrating on Aerodune when I did that. But here, Slazik could enchant it for Zrel. Armor of Ro is also like super hard to make though. It's like a huge, it's real pain in the ass quest. I'd recommend that he get like the enameled black breastplate instead. There used to be Taiku. There was a giant fire beetle eye, but they nerfed it and removed enchant silver from it. Or did they make it not drop anymore? Either way, there was, and it's gone though. I don't think it even drops on this server. Queen Clicknick might drop it if it was in. I know, right? It's so weird that they took that out. Enchant silver. I could see if it was enchant platinum, maybe. Nah, I think I checked and it doesn't drop here. But Secrets said he's gonna add it to the Quorum server, and I think he's gonna make it so SSF characters can turn in unenchanted items for the Armor of Road, just so they don't get blocked by that thing. Gents, it's time to move up and get out of here. Got a yellow here and a even con here. Flouts, can you lull the yellow on the left here? Or do you need line of sight to hit? I don't think you need line of sight for lull, so. He looks sad, so we should be good, right? Isn't there a bug here where if you like double lull a mob, its aggro range is like massively reduced forever? Or was that fixed? Sad. I always remember hearing about that on the Max server and how crazy it was. Yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with it. We can pull this mob, the next mob, up the stairs. You know what I mean? But this one mob we're gonna have to deal with, and we should be ready to nuke this when it starts to run. So everyone try to have, like right now. We have an ad here. There we go. Cool. Let's just carry this guy to the stairs. Oh, he stunned me right in front of that skeleton. Yeah, there's a skeleton. Bring him, bring him, bring him. Okay, just get on him right here. This is fine. I harm touched it. Where's Flouts at? Flouts, we're over in the stairwell. How's your mana wrecked? Oh, you were rooted. Okay. Yeah, I saw that guy cast a root near the end there. He just rooted you and then dipped. Okay, here we go. Behind Israel. Sorry. Get ready for this guy to run, maybe? No run, but he's getting healed a little bit. You root them wrecked? Awesome. Great, that's dead. Alright, pretty much home free when this dies. Easy walk out of the zone. Just a few mobs in the way. I'm glad we don't have a ranger in the group right now because, you know, as we clear up, we'd get to the top and the ranger would be like, Jester popped, and we'd be like, oh, I gotta go back down. Can't just leave it there. Cleric is out of mana. We should be good though. When this dies, we'll just med in the stairwell for a moment. Almost 15, man. Oh no, Flask just jinxed us. First stream with no death. I don't want to jinx us too hard, but I do feel like it would be hard to have a death at this point. Like, it's a straight shot to the zone line. There's not too many mobs. And they usually are like one at a time from here on out. Double HT, yeah, it could. Let me speak of the devil up here. We have like 3 mobs piled up on each other. If we aggroed that guy, and he socially aggroed the other 3, we could die. That would definitely social. We're good. We're just gonna kill this. Oh, where did this guy come from? This dude just popped up right here. Oh, he's casting fear. That could be a wipe. Just get a bad fear, and it's not like the kind that stuns you, but the one that makes you run. Fear plus Bard Song. Big train. Alright, let's move up. Just tuck in this room to try to avoid the Pathers. Ate a big harm touch there, by the way. Chat, I could tell you guys are sleepy. Seems like these guys have a lot less AC than the skeletons. Cool, cool. Come around the corner here. Add. Israel can probably just nuke down that scale bone, right? Serenza, thank you for the follow. I mean, I'm tired. She's another one. We should just IVU to everyone from here. Want to buy the big cleric undead nukes here? Hug this right wall as we are coming up here. Great. Everyone made it. No aggro. We're gonna have mobs in this next room. Everything should be really blue from here on out, though. Mr. Awesome, I think I might jump back into a druid. Yeah, a druid would be awesome, man. For Halas, this is the TAKP server. There you go. There's a little blurb about TAKP and a little link to get started if you're interested in trying it out. It's super simple. One click download and boom, you're in. Totally free. Yeah, wolf form is nice. Yeah, Druid's a strong class. Do you know where you're going to start? Do you want to start in like Greater Fate Arc, or will you start in Surefall Glade? Yeah, Pickleweed. I'm gonna take 2 days off of work, and I'm gonna do a 48-hour stream where I rush 1 through 50 or as much of it as I can on a Permadeath Cleric, solo self-found Permadeath Cleric. I think Surefall Glade is good, Mr. Awesome, if you want to kite, because you have the Karanas right there. And you can pretty much kite from like 15 to 40 in the Karanas. We should move up. Just hug that wall. Come around that left corner. Perfect. Then a diagonal shot straight to the zone line. Easy. No deaths. Let's settle that prediction. Will we die before we kill an undead jester? Choose outcome. The knowers are the winners. Nah, I'm good, Flouts. I'm gonna actually camp on the zone line here so that I could pick this back up. Like, I'm gonna stay in Kearns until I get Nick's our Berserker Club. If anyone wants to pick up some food and drink for the group next time, though, that'd be dope. All right, stream. It has been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you all tonight. I had a ton of fun doing the content. We got a lot of really awesome lore, so this has just been an absolute blast. Let's pick someone to raid. Looks like it's going to be an easy Dirty Old Socks here. All right, folks, let's show Dirty some love. Get a big pile of people over there, please. All right, I'd love to see it. There we go. And we're raiding.
Okay, folks? Figure it out.